guys. Let me make sure that you can hear me. Oh, that's not the live. Where's my live? Is this my live? Yes. Oh my goodness, it's been a long day. Is this, how come I don't see? What, can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay, good. That's going good as well. Hi everybody. Hello there, UHP. Let me get this. Okay. Julie, hi. Okay, so there's a question up there. Do you think the inside source was lying, or is the FBI keeping the real motive a secret? It's not only the FBI, the Pima County Sheriff's Office has also allegedly denied this Arizona reporter. I believe her publication is called Arizona Family. And it is a real news publication out there, a local one. I've seen them on different Arizona cases in the past. It's not something that was just put up. So, okay, in a sec, yeah, sure I will, UHP, I'll send it to you in a second. It doesn't make sense. If it was a botched robbery, they would just run and leave her. Yeah, well, okay, here's the thing. When you hear botched robbery, don't you think that, to me, I can't tell you what you think, it sounds like they killed her in a botched robbery. If that was the case, why would they take her body with them? So if you think that, but then you get to the third piece that this woman puts out. She says, investigators now think this is a botched robbery, a robbery gone wrong. And then she says that at the third time, she goes, but they think she's still alive. So then you're like, well, wait, then they can't think that they killed her. So then they're saying that it's a botched robbery gone wrong, so they took her alive? Like, oh, sorry, you saw us, so you got to come with us now. It's so ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. But, you know, but now, here, I'll tell you what the latest is here before. It's crazy. So let's see. Okay, as of late Sunday night, February 15th, 2026, there was a report from a local Arizona TV reporter claiming an inside source said this was a burglary gone wrong. However, both the FBI and the sheriff have just addressed this directly. The botched robbery, the rumor that an anonymous source claimed investigators believe the suspect broke in to rob the house and were surprised by Nancy and took her in a panic. Well, why would they just assume nobody was there if the woman lived at the house all the time? Where is the... Anyway, it says that Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos spoke to Fox News tonight and said that did not come from us. I'm quoting right now. Did not come from us. We will let the evidence take us to the motive. And the FBI responded and said their spokesperson echoed that, stating they have no clue where that came from. Law enforcement experts are calling the robbery theory ridiculously rare, noting that burglars almost never take an 84-year-old victim with them, especially when a ransom note is involved. So, we have massive developments that have been happening, right? As the search for Nancy Guthrie enters a chaotic new phase of rumors and forensic breakthroughs. A local report claimed robbery gone wrong, botched robbery. Pima County and FBI have given a stern denial. Then, let's see here, the DNA match or the glove match, that's up for interpretation, but the confirmation is that a glove found approximately 2 miles away matches that of the suspect. So the glove of the suspect or the DNA of the suspect. How would they know where the DNA of the suspect is unless the suspect, like we said, left something in the house? Did that flashlight fall out of their mouth? Is something there with that that DNA that's not Nancy's, not anybody in the family? Does that belong to the suspect? How would they know? CODIS UPLOAD, the 24-hour clock is ticking as the FBI plans to put a name to the DNA profile. The Range Rover, oh boy, that Range Rover, a name that is connected to that. I did take a look at it, and usually I don't just jump on any bandwagon and think, oh yeah, that's him. The person that I saw with the name that I saw, this looks a lot like the person under the mask as much as you can see, but how come they told us the person in the Range Rover belonged to the Airbnb? And now they're saying that this person belongs to an apartment. I don't know. Okay, so you see the people on there that's saying it was a robbery gone wrong. The sheriff said to Fox News it's not true. He says they aren't speculating on a motive yet. The Range Rover update, the DNA being tested, allegedly isn't just from the glove. They're also testing DNA found in a Range Rover that was seized during that traffic stop at Culver's on Friday. The same local report claimed many investigators, believe Nancy is still alive, which is the one part of the rumor that everyone is hoping is true, right? Yeah. Okay, now, my goodness. So let's see if we get the exact quote from Nanos. I'm pulling that up right now. Okay, as of early Monday morning, February 16th, because now we are into February 16th, guys, in the East Coast at least, the Pima County Sheriff's Department said the FBI has shifted away from that theory of the, here is the specific quotes here. In his most recent briefing, Sheriff Chris Nanos stated, "We will let the evidence take us to the motive. He has repeatedly refused to label this a botched robbery, noting that the evidence of forced entry and the presence of ransom notes towards a more targeted event." Now see, this is crazy because I thought they said there wasn't forced entry. What the heck is going on? That can't be. Hold on a minute. Hold on, let me check that again. That doesn't sound right. That's why I need to do everything myself. But it's saying that he said this now. This is so weird. What is whether it's forced? Okay. Sheriff Nanos has been notoriously tight-lipped in press conferences, even famously saying at one point, whether it's forced entry or not, that is something we're just not discussing. I don't know. This is crazy. Now they're saying he said, oh my goodness, I'm so tired. I didn't need another. Oh, I did get myself something else. Oh boy. Nanos tried to dodge the question in a presser. Law enforcement sources confirmed to the LA Times, oh my gosh, that there were clear signs of a break-in. This matches the FBI's new abducted by force classification. This wasn't a woman who wandered off. This was a targeted snatch. Hold on a minute. One second, I'm trying to get this. Sounds like I'm in the freaking Twilight Zone. Okay. Let's see. The FBI is asking for neighborhood footage, so they're saying because they're going back to January 1st to February 2nd, it's a 30-day snatch at least, right? Oh my goodness. The Neighbors app alert. Pima County Sheriff sent an alert via the Neighbors app ring to a 2-mile radius around East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. Investigators believe the suspect didn't just stumble upon Nancy's home. The footage request suggests they believe the suspect was conducting surveillance or stalking the property for up to a month before the abduction. The January 31st drop-off, Nancy was last seen being dropped off at 9:48 p.m. by a family member. The 30-day window is meant to see if the suspect's vehicle was parked nearby or trailing the family during previous drop-offs. The confirmation of forced entry, despite early attempts to keep the details quiet. The evidence of a struggle have been confirmed by high-level sources. Law enforcement sources confirmed to the Los Angeles Times and the Associated Press that blood was found on the front porch along with clear signs of forced entry. The 1:47 a.m. disconnect, we know now the exact time of terror. Nancy's Nest camera was manually disconnected at 1:47 a.m. Software then detected movement again at 2:12 a.m. This is when the suspect in the ski mask was caught on camera. That doesn't sound right. That does not sound right. If the cameras were taken off, that needs to be reversed. That totally doesn't sound right. I think those other Nest cameras that she had picked up the suspect at 2:12. The other ones he smashed, maybe. But I don't. This is so crazy. A black nitrile glove was found in the roadside field 2 miles from the home in the Catalina foothills. The FBI confirmed the glove looks identical to the shimmery, thick gloves the suspect was wearing while trying to cover the camera with the plant from Nancy's yard. Wasn't a plant. As of February 15th, FBI has a preliminary DNA match. They're in a 24-hour waiting period before the profile is uploaded to the CODIS, the national database, to find a name. The FBI is looking for footage all the way back to New Year's Day. Do you think the suspect was stalking Nancy for a full month? And with the DNA on the glove, you think an arrest is coming soon? Okay. I don't know, you guys. We're going to go see some more stuff. Let's see. Hi, Ann Chapman. Hi, High Speed Drifter. How are you? Wait a second. Something's wrong with my feed. Gotta refresh it. Oh, this is old. Oh my gosh. It brought up the live I had earlier. I'm looking at my sweatshirt thinking I'm in the live that I'm in now. Oh my goodness. Stop it. That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Sorry about that. All right, so let's see. What are you guys saying about all that? Everything that is being confirmed or denied is that coming from the FBI. The denial of the botched robbery is coming from Pima County and the FBI. The forced entry. Allegedly, they said that to the Los Angeles Times and the Associated Press. Pima County. Does the DNA CODIS have a good number of the population's DNA? I'm not sure what the number is, B-Lady. That supports my train of thought as well. UHP says, hi, Anna Lisette. The identity of the Range Rover guy is out there, but it's not being covered because he was only detained. Considered harmful to discuss him at this time. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. Okay. What about, what's going on? You didn't know what? Did I miss something? UHP, oh, I didn't know that. I told you I was a tech idiot. What does that mean? What does that mean? Your channel is the only place I'm following Nancy's kidnapping. Every other place is going nuts. What's going nuts about it, B-Lady, and every other place? I thank you for that. Appreciate it. I appreciate that. Hello, White Angel. Let's see. Let me go before we... Let's see what's out there on the Twitter feeds for the latest, okay? And then we'll go to the other stuff. I'm so lost about this forced entry, okay? I'm so lost. Why is this not working here? Okay, let's just do it like this. What is going on? Hold on a minute, this is so crazy. Well, there we go. Alright, let's see what's the latest. So Savannah made a new video, right? Savannah said, it's never too late to do the right thing. And I have to tell you, I watched it. I did not feel she was sincere at all. What do I think that means by that? I think that it means that they told her to make a video that she didn't feel like, when I say she wasn't sincere, okay, follow me on this. If someone says, hey, listen, you got to go on there and you've got to make a video and you've got to say this, but you don't believe that, that's what it looked like to me. Okay, I'm not saying like that she doesn't miss her mother or anything like that. Understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that whatever she said seemed forced, seemed like it really wasn't her feelings, but she was going through motions. That's what I thought, okay? About telling them to do the right thing and they're lost or something, but it just didn't seem, to me, sincere, seemed forced. And here's the other thing. Every time she goes and does this by herself, without her brother, without her sister, what do you think is going to happen? More scrutiny. Where's your sister? Where's your brother? Why do you think her sister's not there? Why do you think her brother's not there? Why is she doing this alone? Is she mad at them? Has she turned on them? Does she know something? That's all it's doing. That's all that it's doing. So I don't know. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. So are you to yours. Okay. No arrest. Someone said they believe the kidnapper is a police officer. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now someone's claiming that at 7 o'clock on January 31st that there was a missing endangered adult reported on 131 at 2:26. They said the Pima County Sheriff's Department is urgently requesting your assistance in locating Nancy Guthrie. Is this a freaking joke? Are these people doctoring screenshots? I don't know what they're doing. I don't know who this is posting this. To me, it sounds like people are doctoring things. I think the Pima County Sheriff's Office would know if she was the endangered adult at 7 o'clock, right? Okay. So right now people are going on about the Range Rover and what does that mean? Okay, and UHP, you said you wanted to come up. Let me see here. I don't know how long I'm going to stay on because I am exhausted and let's see, I got to get a drink or something. UHP, where are you? Okay. All right. All right, there's that. Let's see here. Okay, let's go. See, let me go back to the chat. Go back to the chat. Hurry up. Okay. So, Alessia says, I am tired as well. Your head still hurts and you do not want to miss anything. Hi, Prime Objective. How are you? Okay, what are you saying? What was that? What was that? You're not loud. Lost. Oh, and you're not alone. Yeah, but I don't think she... Did you feel her heart in that? Her soul in that? That she meant any of that? To me, it was just lip service. What you really just call lip service. Like somebody says... Hurry up, go apologize, like you're a little kid. Go apologize to blah, blah, blah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not real. Don't even give me that. Right? Forget it. But she wasn't being snarky, but it was like she didn't want to be doing it. It didn't seem to come from her. It didn't seem to be something, and there's a difference, okay, that I feel when someone's upset and they are speaking, but to me it seemed forced. It seemed not genuine. It just seemed like something she had to do, you know? And it's never too late to do the right thing. Right? It was like, what? And I think all she did at this point was cast more of a spotlight on them. Right? Like, why is she... Okay, yes, her mother's missing for 2 weeks. Yes, that can make you distraught. Yes. But people are going to read into that and say, is she just distraught over her mother? Or is she distraught over her sister? Is she distraught over her brother-in-law? What, maybe something happened. Why hasn't she made a video with her sister or her brother? Did she not want to because it looks obvious if she went with the brother and didn't have the sister? Like, it's crazy. And somebody was telling me that they heard some creators saying that, what do I want to call him? Sonny Tommaso, it was in Milan at the Olympics. My cousin is in Milan at the Olympics, but I've got to put up those videos too. He sent me beautiful videos. I don't know. I just didn't feel... Did you guys feel she was genuine in that? Or that she wanted to do it? Or did it seem forced? Like somebody said, here, this is what you've got to do. I think she was reading it. Hi, Jane Hi, Jana Charette. How are you? No, Jane Charette. Hi. Because Alessia, I don't want to put out anybody that may not be involved at all and act, have people gawking over him. What in the H is going on, UHP said. What did you think? Definitely forced, right? Was there really any point she should have gone on with it? It really, yeah, it looked painful because it looked like she was being forced to do it. What was the point of it, really? I don't know. The whole thing is a cluster F, right? I wonder why they're not out there speaking to the kidnappers. Where is the sister and the brother? Okay. Cheryl McCallum, retired FBI, noted that Savannah did not try to address the abductor by name, indicating they know nothing about who it might be. Well, do you think they gave their name, though? Do you think they would have given their name? I don't think they know who it is. I mean, not that. Now, maybe when they get this DNA back, but I don't understand how those gloves are going to match. I think there's so much we don't know about what the inside of that home looks like. And what I get almost from Savannah is that it's almost like insult to injury, because maybe she knows something that is just... Do you remember, was it the first day that Nanos reported on this? Wasn't he all choked up and almost crying when he was when he was talking about this to begin with and about it being a crime scene, do you think it's because at that day, just like we talked about with Gannon Stelk, do you think it's that day he saw something that maybe was not compatible with human life? Do you think that? Because I was listening to him, not so much looking at him. This was I mean, the first time when they announced that there was a crime scene and stuff, when he was making that announcement. And he sounded like he was all choked up and like crying. You mean she is stuck between a rock and a hard place? Yeah, but at this point, if I wasn't going to go on in a united front, knowing all the scrutiny, I don't think I probably would go on and make a video at all. Moore was interviewed by a top reporter tonight. She said they can match DNA really quick, that the glove DNA matches DNA at the scene is probably strongly established. Yeah, I agree, says Jane. I didn't think he looked like that. What do you mean, Julie? You didn't think who looked like what? I didn't think he looked like that. I didn't think he looked like that. Who's he? Are you talking about the Range Rover guy? I would think that if Savannah had not paid any money, the kidnappers would be saying, "Where is our money?" over and over. So are you saying that you think she did pay money, or that the letters are bogus? You would think if the FBI encouraged you to do so. You would if the FBI encouraged you to do so. She's desperate. I don't believe that, Julie, because I think the ransom stuff is all baloney. I think it's absolute baloney. Oh, you just thought that. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said I didn't see him. I heard him, and he sounded like he was choking up. Not looked, because I didn't see what he looked like. I was doing something else at the time and just listening. And he sounded like he was choked up. When he mentioned that they saw things and the house was a crime scene. I'll have to listen to it again, but I remember hearing him choked up, and I didn't know who any of these players were at the time, so I had no preconceived notions at all, and I just heard him sounding choked up. Maybe Savannah was going to report something about Epstein. No, I don't think it has anything to do with Epstein. I really don't. Yeah, please hit the likes, people. Thank you. I read somewhere that Savannah is getting ready to retire and leave the Today Show. Well, allegedly $300 was put into Bitcoin. But those reports came from that wretched tabloid quality channel. Yeah, who knows? I don't believe anything about the ransom notes. I think that's nothing but a distraction. It's somebody trying to capitalize on it. I don't believe it at all. I don't believe it's a kidnapping. I do not believe it's a kidnapping. Yes, technically, If they take you, it's a kidnapping, but you know what I mean. A kidnapping for ransom? I don't think so. Before I would believe that, I would believe somebody was hired to do it. Okay? That's more plausible to me, and it is my opinion, and it's more plausible that they paid somebody, someone paid someone to do this. Do you believe it's a kidnapping? No. Nope. I don't think it's a kidnapping. Now, technically, yes, if somebody takes you from your home, it's a kidnapping. But I mean that anybody said, we're going to kidnap her and ask for ransom. I don't believe that it is. No. That's what I believe that. I don't believe it. It's all like JonBenet Ramsey. JonBenet wasn't taken. How is it anything like JonBenet Ramsey? How is it anything like JonBenet Ramsey? JonBenet's body wasn't taken. Legally, kidnapping, yes. Right. I understand that legally it can be considered a kidnapping, but for someone to say, hey, I'm going to go kidnap that lady, I'm going to go kidnap that 84-year-old lady and get a ransom. I don't believe it happened. I believe there is so much in that house that they have found, and that's why I believe, I keep thinking back to Gannon Sauk, and we had no idea what was in that house. Remember all of that stuff about the candle, there's recordings on her phone, and then she took him with her that day, and all that stuff. And we did not find out that there was something in that house that was not compatible with life. I think the sister Annie is some way involved. Just can't shake the thought. That's my opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. There are a lot of really weird exchanges between the family, and a lot of weird looks and things. There are. You can say it's totally normal. Maybe you believe that it's totally normal the way, but I don't know. There's a lot of things that I think are strange, real strange. Sorry. Not a clue. We have to have faith in law enforcement. Yes. Okay, here's my next question. Do you think they're close to an arrest now because of this DNA? Do you think on the glove they're close to an arrest? Do you? Do you? What are two things I think are strange? Two things I think are strange is that, I'm sorry, I think it's strange the family didn't put out a reward. Now they've made multiple videos. Why would they not put out a reward? What? I just want to know, what is the harm? What is the harm? Please tell me. Yes, it is predicted there will be answers tomorrow. Really, Annalisette. YouTube monitor says all at Nancy's home was staged at the front door, blood drops. That makes sense. Yeah, why didn't they give a reward? I just don't. But, I mean, it's like the first thing, your dog goes missing. Boom, let's get flyers and a reward. It's like, they know money talks, right? They know that. Les Kumar says, nope, they don't have anything. I won't hold my breath, Alicia says. Anna Lisette says, I think answers will come soon. I also believe the answers will be outside of Tucson, possibly at Marina, in my opinion. In my opinion. Marana. Oh, goodness. So big deal if no one will claim their reward, right? They're not out any money, but at least they've put it out there. Why wouldn't they? Come on, why wouldn't they? My goodness. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Everything here smells fishy. But do you think with everybody with cameras these days, we would have got something somewhere? Yeah, you would think. YouTube Monitor says no kidnapper would go with a backpack on just to kidnap poor Nancy. I think she was murdered from the onset. Also, why would his backpack, if they indeed said it was a botched robbery or whatever it is, why would his backpack be full going in there? If he was going to rob stuff, wouldn't he want room to put the stuff? No need to put an award up because this sister is involved. Yeah, but just why not put it up, though? I don't know. It's so ridiculous. Oh my goodness, is it ridiculous? Range Rover guy has connections to Marana, but it is only 25 miles away. Something happened there a few nights ago. Yeah, I know about that. It's downplayed, but something happened. They said nothing happened, though? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my goodness. It is crazy, isn't it? I've got to get a drink. Hold on a minute. I just have to get a drink. So you can keep talking. Range Rover guys has to Marana. It's only 25 miles away. What happened to those people that were allegedly staying at that Airbnb? Do we know it was an Airbnb? If so, is it a long-term Airbnb? Are they still there? What's going on? If you were on vacation there or something, wouldn't you get the freak out of there? I don't know. All I know is it's crazy. Excuse me. Hold on a minute. I gotta get some ice. Ice, ice, baby. Some. Hang on. I gotta get ice. Gotta get ice. Ice, ice, baby. Oh, Luke, why do you do this to me, kiddo? Why do you do this to me? He changes the settings on the ice maker. It drives me crazy. Come on, baby, come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. So much noise. Alright, let's see. Okay. that is good. Okay. Hang on a second, all right? Hang on, I'm coming back. Long trip down to the ice maker. Hey, Zigzag. Hey, Zigzag. Don't be a burn. Hit that thumb. Yeah. Let's try to get those likes up. Not sure what I would do. You're not sure what you would do? Okay. Mommy Ramblings. That in the backpack is a cover. Oh, you want to see my backpack video? Let me show you my backpack video. I uploaded it earlier. I just put it to private. Let me get it. Hang on. I'll show you. Maybe you'll get a kick out of it. But you got to promise to watch it when I put it up, all right? Because I play it in here. Hold on a sec. Let me just make sure of one thing. One ting. Okay. Good. Okay. Let me grab it. Okay. UHP I can't find. Hold on a minute. Now UHP does it to me. As soon as I'm coming here to play the video. Okay. Hang on a minute. Okay, I'm going to play. Hi, I'm going to play the video for a second. Let me see here.
Sure.
My backpack video. Okay, here it goes.
I'm a guest in your house. You do as you please.
Okay. Here it goes, guys.
See you later.
There they are on the left. I think it's this one. Let's see. Someone's already opened it. And someone had that one open. See if there's a hiker. Does it say hiker? That's it.
Hiker pack.
Okay, now let me see. Could you get one that's not open? Get the one behind it. Let me see it. Here's the hiker pack, guys. So that's the hiker pack. So let's look at the. But it looks so small. I'm telling you, it looks tiny. No, but he had a, and I just had one that was not black. That's what I'm saying. They only it looks like they sell the black one here. Are you telling me you went out in this weather to do this? In what weather? We were already out. We went out for my son's birthday. We did this last night. That's too small. After we had dinner and celebrated his birthday. It was like a whitish color, like this, almost like even, well maybe, what is this? Is this a hiker? No, that's got little strings, it doesn't have it. So they're saying it was this. If you, I don't know, I think it looks, you put that on, can you put that on? Because his look bigger.
His jacket here, let me take this jacket off.
They keep saying it's this backpack. It doesn't seem like it. This seems like a very small backpack.
I think I need that jacket.
Look how small that backpack is. Can you turn to the side with it? Yeah, see, look how small that backpack looks. That doesn't look like the guy's.
No, so it looks like this one. This is still not that big.
But here, let me see the front. They're saying that these straps in the front are what do it. I don't know. That's what they're saying. And he had this so full. I just don't even think. Oh, maybe it could get that full if we pull it out. See how small it is? But I don't know. It just looks so much like this one. What?
ski mask and stuff.
Where is it? Where's the ski mask? You have ski
I'm
mask?
joking. I'm
No,
just
let me
joking.
see. Let me see that one. That's a big one. See, that's a big one. That doesn't have reflective thing, though. See,
But this has. You can put. Look at this. You can put it on this frame. What the heck is this all about?
that's a big one. I mean, that would be the one I would get
Put a
if
couple
I had
kids
to
in
put
that
a.
thing.
That would be the one I would
Yeah,
get.
but it has a zipper in the
Wait a
middle.
second. I think that's the one. Hold on a minute. The guy's has. Let me see the side pocket on this. See the side pocket on this.
See, that's
is
straight.
just flat. Let me see the side pocket on this
If
one.
you look at his side pocket, it's
Does that
more
have
like this one,
reflective
but this
straps
isn't
on
the
it?
one. But it's
Well, I don't know what this is all about. Maybe this. I think you hold that or something.
I just don't understand how it's that one.
This goes like this. Maybe you could put something in here. Or
Is
close
this-
it off. Yeah, see, this goes like this.
This doesn't look like it's the right pocket on the side. I don't think it is.
Definitely not it. But look, this thing right here.
I just want to see if they have ski masks here. Do you think they do have them?
ski masks.
I
They don't
wanna
have
just-
any ski masks.
I just want to see if they had it.
The guy said it was a big seller.
Probably not in,
Yes, that's the right one, UHP. It's everything. I showed the tag. It just looks so small.
probably not.
They had this
tarps,
burlap
though.
and
Burlap.
camping
Look at
burlap.
that. You
I've
could
never
easily
seen
have
that.
that in there. But I don't see.
And we asked this guy, and he didn't even know about Nancy Guthrie. Never heard of it.
Oh, here's gloves. Oh, that's weightlifting. Where would they be?
Probably over by clothes and stuff.
Yes, you can ask them if they have ski masks.
So you want a ski mask on? Ski mask? Oh, it's been a hot seller right now.
That's been a hot seller right now, he says. It's been a hot seller?
Oh yeah, it was cold. That's why I closed for a couple weeks. I just need one for disguise.
I need one for disguise, he
I
said.
just need disguise.
Did I show a bunch of stuff in the backpack? What do you mean, did I show a bunch of stuff? Did you shove? No, I didn't shove. It looks small. Okay. Hi, UHP. Okay. It just looks small to me, and the pockets on the side look different. The guys look a little like that other one. They seem to have like, that comes down like this. I don't know. Hot seller, I know, B-Lady's like, ooh, that's a hot seller. And then Jimmy's like, because it's, he goes, I just want to disguise. The guy didn't even get what we were talking about. Shove, yeah, I got you, Elise. Yeah, I didn't shove anything in it. I kind of pulled it out a little bit, but it's very small. Like, and I just can't believe how cheap it is too. Like $10. I don't even remember buying any kind of a knapsack for my kids that was $10. That's just like, even when they were in like the really like kindergarten and they had the character backpacks or something, that is like so crazy that it's $10, number one, but come on.
Well, he was carrying a $2 holster. What do you expect?
Was the holster $2?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's interesting. And why, if it was a robbery, would his backpack be full? It wouldn't be full. It would be empty, right? To put stuff in.
It was never a robbery.
Right.
Nothing's missing. Not the change out of the cushions, the gold out of the china dishes. The chains. Not the Picasso hanging on the wall if she had one. I mean, these are well-off people. Nothing is missing except for her. She's the target. She's the money.
Mm-hmm.
I got to the bottom of the gloves, too. I got to the bottom of two things.
Okay. Tell us.
And I'm just waiting for you to finish your video before
I'm
chime
done.
in.
It's done. Go ahead. Tell us.
I listened to, now this came straight from the HR department of the FBI. Okay, not a news reporter. The HR, the public relations guy for the FBI said that it was not, as I said, I'm going to keep this PG-13. I have to remind myself to do this with you. This was not a wee-wee contest between county, state, and the FBI. They all commiserated together and decided for the best and quickest results of the DNA to send it to our lab here in Florida. It is brand new with state-of-the-art equipment and state-of-the-art training, unlike Quantico. And I don't want to say anything bad about Quantico because it's been the go-to guy forever. But apparently we've got it's Windows 7 versus Windows 10.
Right.
And we got Windows 10 and they got Windows 7 equipment, okay? And the training to go with that. That is why they said, everybody agreed, send it to Florida. Okay, there was no argument there. There was no discrepancy. There were no wee-wee contests going on. They all, including the FBI, decided as a unit to send it where they did. That's one.
Okay.
Two, and this is the most important part, and it kind of caught me off guard. Those gloves that mysteriously turned up on the side of the road, I know exactly how and why they ended up there. These people enlisted the help of civilians to go out and search the grounds. The great idea in practice, in theory, they issued them a bunch of gloves. So they found something, they wouldn't contaminate it with their DNA and their fingerprints. So all these people had these issued gloves, and they're all the same kind, which gives it away as to what happened. The gloves on the side of the road are undoubtedly somebody who had stopped their vehicle there, put on their gloves, went out, trips around, didn't find anything, came back to the ride, whether it was a car, truck, whatever, okay, took their gloves off and just threw them down on the side of the road. That is why they got there. It wasn't a conspiracy. Nobody was planting evidence. That's how those gloves, and that's why they have 16 gloves now, 8 pairs of gloves. All these gloves are from volunteers, and God bless them for what they were trying to do. Okay. The only problem was, I guess nobody suggested to them, take your stuff with you. Don't contaminate the scene with DNA, which undoubtedly on your gloves. It's an honest mistake. I wouldn't have done it, but I can see why people did do it. And I'm very forgiving about it. Now, the glove that they sent to the DNA for DNA check here in Florida was not anything like the gloves that they found. That is why, and they only found the one. That is why they sent that one to Florida to do the DNA test and to have CODIS and all of the
So you don't think
other.
it's the one that they showed on the side of the road stuck to that bush?
No, that's 2 gloves that are there. Okay, it's not one glove. It's 2 of those little polymer gloves. You call them something.
Nitrile.
Okay, I have a box of them myself.
Yeah.
For my work when I don't want to leave fingerprints on stuff. Anyways, yeah, that's 2 gloves there, and they're wadded up, and it just looks like a single glove, but it's actually a pair of those nitrile gloves. Somebody just discarded them when they got in the ride and said, "Okay, I've done my bit for God and country. I'm out of here, and what do I want these for?" I just threw them down on the side of the road, and then got in their car, which was parked on the side of the road, and they were skipping their happy behind on down the road. That's the big mystery solved. It's not a conspiracy. It wasn't trolls running around out there trying to contaminate a crime scene. It was an honest mistake, which really threw a monkey wrench into the FBI. As you can imagine, all these gloves start popping up out of nowhere, and they're scratching their head going, what? Huh? This is the biggest arrangement of gloves in human history at a crime scene. That's what happened. Okay, now I got this straight from, I happened to be thumbing through the internet today, doing my little research thing, playing, Columbo myself out there. And I stumbled across it just as he was giving out the speech live. And he explained two things. He explained, one, the discrepancy, Quantico versus Florida, and all the gloves that they found. Okay, and he didn't say 8 pairs, but he said 16 gloves, which is 8 pairs of gloves.
Okay. So what do you think then? They got DNA in the glove.
Well, that's not hard to do. Like I said, okay, let me put it this way, Miss Carolyn. You contract me to come and put a chandelier in for you, okay, as an electrician.
Right.
One things I do before I unbox it, okay, is I put the nitro gloves on because I don't want to leave fingerprints all over your lamp.
Right.
And the chandelier that you're never going to get off. Okay, it's just crappy workmanship, and that's how I fix that situation. Because I used to do it and get complaints from the customers about it.
Right.
So that's what I do. But one of the things I noticed about them, same as my hot gloves, when I'm doing the highline stuff on the bucket truck, they make your hands sweat.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay, that's where they got the DNA from.
Yeah, but where do you think they found the glove that they sent out?
I don't know where they found it. They didn't find it in the house. Now, look, this guy, there's a couple of things here that really give this away. If this was a robbery gone bad, and I'm rebeating that drum, and I'm sorry, but I just want everybody to get my train of thought on this. Look, if this was a robbery gone bad where they didn't really care about, if they were seen or not, this, that, and the other, one, stuff would be missing. Two, they would not have gone through all the trouble that they went through to try and hide their identity. It just doesn't work that way in the criminal world. They went through great pains. He went through great pains. I believe there's other players. That's why I keep saying they, because this is Forrest Gump of kidnapping. There's no way this guy put this plan together on his own. Absolutely not. You're never selling that argument to me. Just by the way he walks and acts, his age, the way the gun's holstered, trying to shoot off parts of his reproductive system, with an accidental discharge, or negligent discharge, and ND as they call it. No, there's nothing about this individual which is professional. In order to pull off a kidnapping, you need funding. You've got to have lookouts. You've got to have people keeping the crowd back if there is one. There's things that are missing here that should be there. Now, I'm not saying that he didn't have a van or a car parked down the road with a partner down there. But where's the radio? You would think if there's more than one people, they need to communicate with each other. And I'm not thinking it's going to be via cell phone. I'm thinking it's going to be two-way radios. And there's nothing about this that smacks of any kind of professionalism. That's been my problem from day one. This is pure amateur hour. And now, everybody basically is saying what I've said from the very beginning, that somehow this guy and a buddy or whatever got it into their head that the daughter, being who she was, would have enough money to be able to ransom back their mother. Nice thought, but unfortunately, the whole thing went to SHT. It was a break-in, like I said, so there's no key involved. When I saw the tent go up in front of the door, I knew what they were doing. They're x-raying that lock right there in place. They're not taking it apart. They're x-raying that lock, looking for a lockpick kit. If he's that sophisticated, or which is going to leave scratches on the door. There's no way this old lady opened up her door to a masked man.
No, so now he's saying that there's forced entry. A few days ago, they said there wasn't. Now they're saying they was. Now let's see. So what is this? Let me just see someone saying. A few days ago, the sheriff stated that some reports that there was forced entry, and he denied the report. In the videos, the front door looks in perfect condition, minus the doorbell. So if there was a forced entry, how did they enter? And let's see. I was thinking the same thing. No sign of a broken anything. I can't imagine she would leave and keep the doors unlocked. Let's see. So, but they said, then people said the back was open. I don't know. This is crazy. And
in point of fact, it's not. It's stuff I've already covered with you. In particular, remember me talking about the cat's claw pry bar?
Yeah.
Okay, remember how I said it's impossible? It's designed to open doors. Specifically, it's a crowbar.
Right.
But it's not your conventional 3-foot-long crowbar that can fork up the world. It's called a cat's claw. It's about 12 inches long, and it's got both ends are bladed thinly.
Right.
And it's designed to literally push the door jamb and the door away from each other, allowing the bolt to come free. Mm-hmm. And it works. It does work. You can buy it at Home Depot. They're about $20. Nothing fancy going on here. But it's impossible to use that without leaving. Remember I said if you use that, you're going to leave depressions in the door and the door frame, the corresponding door frame, where the torque was being put up there. The door is wood. The door frame is wood. Regardless if it's high-end oak or whatever, they're both wood. And as soon as you start torquing up on that, you are going to leave a footprint where that cat's claw was. A Johnson bar or a regular crowbar, we would have known about immediately because they would just destroy the door. There would be no question as to how entry was made. It would knock just huge chunks, and that's what it's designed to do. Mm-hmm. It's a no mess around pry bar, whereas the cat's claw is really thin. It's designed specifically to open doors, whether it be car doors, windows, doors. The cops use it all the time when they want to make forced entry, and they're trying to be sneaky about it, or if there's a gate, like an iron gate in front of the door with a deadbolt on it. That's the tool of choice for that. And it's very, very common and impossible to trace unless you get extremely lucky. You can go anywhere. Sears, well, not Sears anymore, but Home Depot, Lowe's, any one of these places, you can go down and you can Google what a cat's claw is.
Right. Okay.
And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It's about 12 inches long, and it's got a 90-degree hook for pulling nails and being a pry bar on one end, and it's got a blade on the other end, which is bent about 30 degrees, and it also has a nail puller involved. And while you cannot get that 90-degree hook in there, getting the bladed end in there is just easy peasy. It's designed specifically for that. It's high tensile strength steel, and it is the tool of choice for a forced entry. But it's impossible to use this stuff without leaving some sort of trace that it was used. So that's my read on it. I don't see. I would stake my name on that. I would just because of. I just would. I know what it's used for.
Right.
I have one kicking around the house here somewhere. Now, obviously using it for that, but I'm doing home repairs, and I have a cat's claw where I need to get into the walls and remove some wood, and I just don't have room for a bull bar, as you know, 36 inches long, and so that's what they're looking at. As soon as that tent went up, I knew that they were focusing on that door jamb and that lock. And they needed to block out, they were taking some high definition photos, or they were using an x-ray machine. One of the two was happening. The intent was not to block us out, to hide a conspiracy. It was to block the sunlight from glare, the glare of the sun.
Right.
That's what it was all about. The gloves, I don't even know how to respond to that. I'm not sure I would have done it any different, so I'm not condemning anybody for it. It was just a goof, which contaminated the hell out of the crime scene. But the one glove they found is unlike any of the other gloves that were found. And what gives this away is the fact that all 16 of those gloves are identical. Now, who shows up? You volunteer. You got to weigh these odds here. You got these volunteers. And what are the odds that all these volunteers just happen to have the exact same kind of gloves? It's zero. You got a better chance of hitting a lottery. No, they were issued. That's why they're all the same. Okay, they were thinking out of the box. Here, put these on. If you find something, don't mess with the crime scene. Call us, whatever. Okay, here's your gloves. Don't touch it. We want to keep your DNA and fingerprints excluded away from all these other things. That's the only explanation that makes any rational sense. So other glove that's all by itself, not paired up, and completely different. And they said today it is a dead ringer for the glove that we see in the video. Okay. Now, I don't know how that glove got there. I don't even know where they found it at specifically. But if I had to wager money, that's his glove. And I'm not sure why it would be, once again, I just don't get the whole train of thought there. They're going to be searching high and low for this whole high-profile woman. Why in the world would you discard this glove? One thought I would have is that that's the direction in which they took her. We're all assuming that they took her. They had a car or a van waiting.
Well, but how would they get her out? She can't even walk on her own, really.
Well, that begs the question: why is this glove all by itself and way off in La La Land?
But how do we know they didn't find the glove in the house or something? How do we know they didn't find that flashlight that was in his mouth? Look at Brian Koberger left a knife sheath.
See, that's the questions that they're not asking. They don't say that the glove was found like the other 16 gloves in the surrounding area. They were very, very
well. They said something about it being found on the side of a roadway.
Well, that's the gloves. That, to my understanding, those gloves that we've all seen on the side of the road are from volunteers.
I know, but I think they're trying to make us think that the glove they sent is one of those gloves, but I think it's going to come back. It's not. It's one of something from they found in the house or somewhere where they're telling us they haven't. And I think that they got something in the house because Koberger left a knife sheath. That this killer, if he got if they're saying it was botched, maybe there is a what do they call a struggle? Maybe there was a struggle in Nancy's bedroom. Maybe he lost that bite light and didn't realize
That's
it
easy
until
to
he
do. I've
left.
lost dozens of them. I've lost dozens of them. It's the size of a AA battery.
Right.
It's really easy to lose. If there was a struggle, and I cannot help but think that this old lady is a scrapper. Regardless, you know, it's flight or fight kind of routine. She's trapped up. That's Mama Bear caged up in her own cave. Okay, 84 years old or not, bad heart or not, she's coming out cloth bared. Okay, because she knows in her heart of hearts, if she doesn't fight, this is going to turn out badly for her. I'm making assumptions, but I know the generation of women that I'm talking about, and they're just not going for this, hey, you need to come with me, we're taking you. Oh, okay, please don't hurt me. This is not that kind of woman. I'm telling you it's not.
Right. Yeah, but like, what if she was all groggy on Ambien or something?
Well, you'd be surprised how sober you can get when your life's at stake. There's a primal thing inside of each and every one of us. You've seen it with drugs. You've seen it with alcohol. How somebody can just sober up. I mean, just like that, at least temporarily. Adrenaline kicks in, and it's on, as they say nowadays. The party's on. At least for a while. Obviously, something went wrong, or there wouldn't be any blood. It would just be a disappearance. And the fact that there's apparently quite a bit more blood than we're thinking, it goes all the way out to what would be the street or sidewalk, whatever. They've admitted to, if she's bleeding that much at the door frame, you can bet your bottom dollar, Miss Carolyn, she was bleeding in that house as well. Okay, that attack didn't start at the doorway. That would suggest that she opened the door. That would suggest that she heard what was going on at 1-something in the morning, and it come out there and just came out swinging and met him at the doorway. No, the struggle happened inside the house. Well, we're going to find that one out. He probably made it as far. When you pop one of them locks, it is not a quiet venture. It's going to make noise. My wife is on heart meds. Okay, that does not affect her cognitive thinking in any way. Trust me on that one there. It just doesn't. It's not a depressant. It's not a stimulant either. It just doesn't have that effect on you. She's on blood thinners. And I'm just saying here that most likely when he banged that lock, she heard it or felt it, because it will make the house shudder. When you put that much torque and you spring open a door like that, you will feel it throughout the house. I can't get past the notion that she came out of the bedroom in her 90 and it was a fight right then and there. This is not a robbery gone wrong. There is nothing missing. If it was a robbery gone wrong, they would have left her there, deceased.
But we don't know. Like, we don't know if they took everything in her jewelry box, and we don't know the condition of the house.
Well, I can just go by what they're saying. They're saying that there was nothing missing in the house. Now that's pretty clear. I mean, you know, all these days later, weeks later, and they're still maintaining that argument. There's nothing missing in the house.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is something that they have looked into. The FBI today said that specifically, and I quote you verbatim, this was not a botched robbery. Now, you can equate that any way you want to. I think it's pretty specific to me. All right, and at least the way my brain works.
Okay, what? I don't get it. Taxi took Nancy
She
to
was
her
the money.
family, and yet her family took her home. Was there? No, I don't think there. I think she took a Uber there, maybe because who knows? Maybe Tommaso was somewhere, couldn't pick her up. Maybe the daughter was busy cooking dinner. Maybe Nancy just said, "I'll take an Uber." I don't know. I don't know why she took an Uber there and they drove her home. I don't know. What if,
Yeah, who knows? I mean,
Yeah.
that's speculation. These people do not. Somebody probably, if I were to put my mother, well, if it were my mother, you'd have found his body there on the sidewalk, and she would have been quite alive. But in this particular case, I think this woman is from the same generation, but she's a little bit less violent than my mother can be. All that being said, I've never believed that it was a botched robbery simply because they just jumped right out there and said there's nothing missing. I think there was a struggle inside. I think possibly the DNA came from the inside. I don't know where that single individual glove came from. They're not saying. They're not. I know where the 16 gloves were. They were very specific about it.
I thought.
Okay, they even showed pictures of it on the side of the road. That is a perfectly plausible explanation for that. Okay, it was the volunteers that were out there, and I could understand the volunteers. That's not a closed gate community, but they all know this woman, love this woman, they're neighbors with this woman. The Uber thing home. This doesn't suggest anything other than an old woman.
But wait, I have a question. It says here the glove sent for DNA testing in the Nancy Guthrie disappearance was found in a field about 2 miles away from her Tucson, Arizona home. It appears to match a glove worn by a masked suspect seen on home surveillance video outside her front door on January, well, they don't mean January 31st, they mean February 1st, but
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, there again. Now, what I got today from the PR department, the FBI, the gloves in the video that we see on the side of the road are not his gloves. That's part of the 16 gloves that have been found.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So they're not talking about those gloves right there. Okay? They're talking about a single glove, apparently, according to what you've read, okay, was what, out in the back 40? Is that your read on?
Which say it again. I was reading what somebody wrote here about blood. What?
Where was the single glove found?
They're saying in here. They say about 2 miles from the house in a field, by the road. That's what it says.
Okay. I don't get that, but I will take their word for it. If that's where that would actually make sense. Okay. What I do know for sure is they were very specific about the gloves that's been in question on the side of the road are not the gloves, and there's 2 of them. That was not the gloves that
we
he
saw.
used. That's part of the 16. So they found apparently another individual glove on the side of the road, which I don't get, because why would you leave after going through all of the get up that why you would start hucking stuff out a window when you could put it in a trash bin, or you could put it in a fire, a fire pit, and just destroy the evidence completely. I'm trying. It's very difficult for me. I'm trying to transpose myself. If I'm trying to get inside the head of that individual, which is very difficult for me because I'm not capable in the first place of doing this lunacy. But I'm trying to put how my mind would be working. There would be no throwing anything out of the vehicle. I would bleach bomb the vehicle once I got it and destroy any trace evidence inside the vehicle. But that's for another, I don't understand why you would throw something as damning and convicting as that out the window in this day and age where everybody knows about DNA. It's not a secret.
Well, look at little Jimmy Rogers, the Hammer did. And Teresa, you know Teresa Seaver's case, right? You're in Florida, right?
Yeah.
The doctor that was killed.
Well,
the husband had
most of these guys, when this is done, this is an act of rage, which really compounds your mental thought. You're running on adrenaline, rage, anger. You're not thinking the way you might be thinking. This crime is not a crime of passion, as they call it. This was very methodical, even if it was done by an amateur, very methodical. Okay, we're going to snatch an elderly person. Half the world is going to come after us when this woman turns up missing, which will be too sweet. Okay, it doesn't make any sense to me that's your ticket to death row that you just threw out the window. Why would you do that? But then I'm looking at this guy's and his $2 holster and his musket. It's not a musket, it's a revolver. But, if he had any serious resources, he'd have been packing a Glock or some sort of automatic. He would not have been carrying a revolver. That's an arcane sidearm at this point. It really, truly is. When you can go buy an automatic at a pawn shop for $250, which is the same cost that you'd spend for a revolver if you bought one new. So it just doesn't make any sense. There's
YouTube Monitors is saying that there was no blood found in Nancy Guthrie's home. I don't see where they confirm that. Where did you find that YouTube Monitor? I don't think we've been told. I wasn't told that.
Let me go back to the stream here.
I don't know. That YouTube Monitors.
I had paused it. There you are.
Why would you? What's inside the backpack?
There you go.
Probably tarps and bungee cords.
Yeah, it fills it out. That, like I said, that model, that is not the model that he used in this crime. Yes, it is the same backpack, but it is not the model. The model he's using in that backpack has reflectors all over it. This is what we call a high-vis backpack. I don't have a high-vis backpack, but I do have vest. And I have the same vest, identical models. One is a standard vest. It's just orange, and it's relatively loud to look at. And then I have a high-vis vest. It's the exact same vest made by the exact same manufacturer. It's just got the reflective stuff on it. And hence the term. It's a high-vis. Well, now, why you would want to use this in a crime like this, I mean, that's like putting a beacon on your head that says, hey, I'm a criminal, in the middle of the night. It just doesn't it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, to wear something that you could see from the space station. These things are loud when the light hits them. They are loud, and you can see that in the night vision gear when that infrared light from that camera hits that vest. While we cannot see the light waves, in particular, the reflectors on that vest, backpack, are triggering, and you can see it. I mean, it's not me manufacturing something; you can see it. If it were the same model, it would all be the same color. You would not the exact same color. I don't know if I'm making sense here.
Yeah.
I have no doubt that it is an Ozark 25-liter standard backpack. But, I haven't Googled it. If somebody would Google that for me, I would be
That's what I'm
forever
trying.
grateful.
Yeah, you're saying
Okay.
high res. I don't think they have
Not
that.
high res, not
High
res,
vis, high vis, high vis. Yeah, high vis.
High vis. Okay.
That's what I.
Or it's not what they're talking about. It's very similar. It's 25 quart. I don't know how they came up with that. I just figured they didn't pull that out of their behind. I figured somehow they acquired that information, or they're wrong and it's a different vest entirely.
I just don't see that.
This 25 quart backpack. Let's see. Based on there is no based on search results. There is no direct match for an Ozark Trail 24 quart high vis backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which tells me it's not. It's very similar. I don't know. I don't know how they came up with the exact match for this. I know they've got high-res visuals that I couldn't dream of having, but what they can't see is the back of the backpack. They can see the front shoulders. They get, general, it's this size, basically this size. But for them to say that it's an Ozark model, I don't know how they got there. Whether they just took an educated guess, maybe somebody at the FBI or local crime scene said, "Hey, I got a backpack just like that. It's an Ozark 25 quart," and they just ran with it. Okay.
I think because of the reflective strips, that's
Now, can you add high vis reflectors to the shoulder straps and other particular areas of a backpack? Sure, guaranteed. You can get that and put them on yourself. So maybe that's one explanation. I don't know, but apparently, according to what I'm looking at, they don't make a Ozark high vis backpack, which is kind of scary in itself, because if I'm backpacking, I guarantee you I want a high vis backpack in case something bad happens. I want people to be able to see me at night from the helicopter when they're looking for me. That's the whole idea of the high vis vest. It's not for daylight; it's for nighttime.
Yeah.
That's all the high vis.
He's got a very distinctive jacket too, because it's got reflective strips on both sides of the zipper, and it's got those stripes across it, and I don't think anybody's been able to get a match to that jacket.
But you can do this 25 court high vis I'm looking up something real quick.
No problem.
And there's a ton of them. They're all over the place. Fort West makes one. It's a 25-pound high-vis rucksack, which looks identical to the backpack.
What's it called?
If you were to, it's called a Fort West. It's got the high-vis striping on it. It's exactly what I would. Yeah, and it's cheap. It's $57. Now the one I'm looking at is actually on a guy, and it's filled out. It's got stuff in it, meaning, okay, and that sucker looks exactly what that backpack would look like in the daylight. We're all assuming that it's black. Who's to say what color it really is? The high definition infrared is only going to show black and white. You know, I'm now the orange one. You know, that I don't believe that, but the Fort West high vis rucksack. Which is military, which is exactly what they said from the very beginning, that it was a military style backpack. That was the first thing that came out of their mouth before they identified it as an Ozark. They called it a military style backpack, which is exactly what Fort West makes. And they call it a rucksack. And it has the striping exactly in the same locations that you see in the video. This one happens to be yellow. That's really not the color that I'm looking for. You can probably get it in black.
Except it doesn't have the reflective stripe on the front.
I'm not seeing from.
I just put a picture. It'll catch up in a second.
But that's definitely, you know, that's high vis striping. Now, I don't know if he had one and put it on there. That's possible. Like I said, it's possible. It's not, you know, the high vis stuff is nothing more than stickers you can put on, you know, to you know, amp up your hiking gear to a better quality. That's entirely possible. But the one I'm looking at, it looks to me, if you were to put that sucker in the dark, it looks to me to be the exact same one. It's even got the black stripe coming down the center of the shoulder pads from the front. I don't have an image of that Ozark one to compare it to, but it's a 25 quart, 25 liter, high vis yellow. It's so hard to see in the infrared spectrum that you get from this camera. That's all I'm saying. You know, we're just taking it on faith that they know exactly the make and model of that. But I have a problem with that because that is a high visibility, high vis backpack he's wearing, and Ozark doesn't make one. So where does that leave us? Well, for me, I got to question the authenticity of the FBI and what they're saying as far as the model is concerned, which I can't relatively say for sure. I don't see anything in that image of that backpack that he's wearing that has an Ozark insignia on it, and it's a pretty big insignia. The Ozark ones have it. You can see it. So something doesn't give there. That's all I'm saying. If something just doesn't quite. The Port West 905 high biz reps at $41, usually 65. The same size, same model basically, that he has. I don't get it. But then I don't know what that I'm looking at the screen now. I don't. Voice is going off. I shouldn't say what I'm thinking. High speed. It's not my room, but I'm just saying. Speak your mind, son. No one's going to come in here tonight, I hope, and tell us all that we need to step off.
Yeah, high speed, say it. High speed says they know they shouldn't say what they're thinking about the theory voice.
I read it.
Go ahead.
It's inner conspiracy is going on. There's no shame in it. Now, if you say that she was abducted by aliens, well, then you're probably right. Or Bigfoot grabbed her, then you're probably right. You should say. It wasn't the Tooth Fairy. It wasn't Santa Claus. It wasn't the drug cartel. Because if it was the drug cartel that did it, believe me, son, they got the money and the muscle and the professionalism. This woman just would have turned up missing. Okay, they're not hurting for money. They make millions of dollars. If the data's true, they make millions of dollars every single day. They're not showing up with a revolver. They're showing up with an AK-47, couple of holsters, professionally done, not that $2 musket holder that he showed up with. So it's not the cartel. Besides, they don't mess with grandmas. They just don't. There are some rules in this world, no matter how low you sink. I believe it's exactly what it appears to be. I believe somebody got it in their head that because of the daughter's career, how do I put this? Career and her fame and notoriety, that she's packing heavy loads of money and would get off of it for her mother.
But you think...
It's not a magic trick.
I have a question, okay? I have, do you think they knew where she lived? I mean, it's not like Savannah lived there. Savannah didn't live there. Her mother lived somewhere. You think somebody's watching Savannah Guthrie and is like, wonder where her mom is? I'm going to find her in Tucson and go get her.
Oh, I think it was somebody local. Okay, for one. Okay, I'm not trying to say that I'm not thinking at all that this person came out of Seattle, Washington and went all the way down to Tucson, Arizona to kidnap this woman. I don't believe that at all. Once again, I'm coming back to this whole Forrest Gump that we've all seen. This was an intellectual crime, scumbag or not. This was an intellectual crime.
I don't think it's somebody there. It comes back to somebody that knows her.
Knows her, yes.
Yeah, not somebody that's looking at Savannah and thinking, let me go grab her mother.
No. Somebody knew what was up with this family and just figured grandma's an easy mark, and that the Guthrie family would just cough up the money, and that would be the end of it. Unfortunately for everybody involved, and I don't care about the bad guy, the perpetrator, talking about the family and grandma and stuff, somehow this went horribly wrong, and it did so inside the house. The more I think about all that blood that's right there at the door, this started inside the house. Okay, I don't know one scenario, and God forgive me for saying this, because it just turns my stomach. That she was struggling, didn't want to go out the door, and the guy just really put his fist in her face. Okay, probably a nose shot, to subdue her so they could get her out the door.
Okay, but still, they've got to carry her, right?
Yeah, you would at that point you would have to carry this semi-conscious human being.
Okay, and
God, this makes me mad, man.
but this guy didn't look incredibly big. They say is 150 pounds. He has to throw her over his shoulder or something to get her out of there. Not going to carry her like this, right?
Yeah. There's no drag marks. Now there are some stains on. If you look very closely at a couple of blood spots, which I have seen repeatedly, if you can pull up the image of the front door area where the blood is, I can show you a couple of blood spots to me look like tread on a shoe. And I mean, they're more blood smeared, and they're going the wrong way. They have absolutely nothing to do with physics as we know it. And it's just a little ways down from, meaning a little more towards the road, than that massive puddle that you see of droplets all over the place. And that is blood. I have no doubt. It's not mud. That is blood. And they're going the wrong direction, to literally to the blood droplets. And it looks like, to me, that's a footprint. It doesn't show the actual footprint. I say this because I have sneakers that have tread similar to that. As soon as I saw that, I was like, I know that footprint. Once again, in my career, I've made mistakes, with my clients, and I've left footprints in a house or two, live and learn kind of thing. So I've learned, now I either wear booties, or I usually just take my shoes off in your home, and I work on my sock feet, depending on what you got me doing. But in this particular case, this is not the case. Okay, if you have that image of that blood there, I can show you exactly what it is I'm talking about. And when you see what I'm looking at, you'll probably come to the same conclusion. Somehow, this guy stepped into a blood droplet, not the whole deal. He just managed to get his foot on one of the blood droplets, and it transferred back to the concrete. Or maybe he picked it up in the house. But it's definitely blood. One, it's definitely blood. Two, it's not a blood droplet. It's transfer. Guaranteed. It's transfer. I have noticed that. I paid close attention to it. I don't know what kind of sneakers he's wearing, so I couldn't tell you what the tread on the bottom of it is.
Somebody said they were Skechers.
It could be Skechers. Now I've got Skechers, okay, and that's not the tread that the Skechers got more of a boat. I spend a lot of time on my boat.
Yeah.
And I have Skechers for the boat so that I don't slip and fall off the damn boat. And they're great for that. But they don't have that kind of tread. And I've never seen that kind of tread on Skechers. Not that I got 200 pairs of them or all makes and models. I'm just saying what I'm looking at is definitely blood. and it's definitely transferred from something else, which can only be the shoe. If she was bleeding inside, maybe he stepped in it, wiped his feet off on the carpet. If there is carpet, I'm assuming there is. You know, I'm making some assumptions here. I'm going out on the skinny branches, but you know what I do know is that it's blood. It's not mud. It's not dirt. It's blood, and it doesn't go with the rest of the blood droplets. It looks like a drop of blood got on the bottom of the shoe, and it left a mark, which doesn't go. It's like looking at a jigsaw puzzle, and you've got it all put together except for the last two pieces, and you're looking at them, and you're going, that doesn't fit. You don't know where it came from, but that's not part of this puzzle. It just doesn't fit.
Right.
And if you guys look hard enough, you'll see what I'm saying. There's two of them. There's two spots there that don't go with the rest of the blood. So, you know, there's that. But, you know, they're saying forced entry, which means he didn't have a key.
Right.
Okay? That's, you know, that's significant. The tool used is undoubtedly a crowbar or a cat claw. Can anybody Google? Can you Google what a cat claw?
I did. I put it up before.
I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it?
I'm sorry. I had paused the stream because I didn't want any background feed, and by the time I missed it, and I was missing a bunch of the chat as well, and so I'm current though, and I got the volume down. So if you show that to me, I will tell you immediately if that's a cat's claw.
Okay.
Like I said, I own one of my own.
All right. I just had it up. Hold on.
Sometimes it's called a flat bar because it is. It's flat. I am very thankful to the FBI for stepping up like they did and answering the two questions that bugged me. You know, the one about the DNA down here. This is a big deal down here because we have a lot of, I got to be careful once again, PG-13. We have a bunch of crimes involving our littler ones. Okay? We got no shortage of Muppets in Florida. Believe me, we got no shortage of them. And this is Grady Judd country. I don't advise it. Don't come down here because we got something for you. You know, just like, you know, the report, when the reporter asked Grady, why'd you shoot him 68 times, which they did, he responded by saying, we ran out of bullets. Let me see, I do. Images.
Okay, I put up two things down.
Yeah.
There-
Home Depot.
Yeah.
Okay, let me
I
look
put
at-
them
let me
up.
look at
Put
this
two
too.
things up.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
That's a cat's paw.
All right. We
That's
call
what you do.
call that a pry bar here. I don't know, but
Well,
yeah.
it's called no, the one you're showing now, the other one is not a cat's claw. The last one, the black and white, those
That-
are two different animals.
This one says a cat's paw.
That's a cat's paw.
Right.
Okay. What I'm talking about, and I know it's very similar, is a cat. Just call it a flat bar.
Right.
Okay.
With pry bar. We call it a pry bar. I don't know.
Yeah, or pry bar.
Right.
Okay, but it's not that black and white one. That's a spec. It says a spec ops. That's yeah, I've never seen that. Can you put the original one up?
I put something else up that have that. I think this is the one you're talking about here on the end. The blue and black one here, something like that.
Yeah, the spec ops one is a military grade, but you can see it. Yeah, okay. If you look at the blue and black one,
Right.
the first two,
Right.
those are what I refer to as a cat's claw.
Okay.
Okay, but that is what you're going to use to pop a door open, like apparently has been done with her. The big one, it's not going to fit in the backpack, by the way. It's too big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the last one is a nail puller.
Right.
Okay, the two on the beginning, I would bet you bottom dollar that he used the second one, the bigger of the two. That would fit in his backpack.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and that will effectively open most any wooden door, deadbolt or not. But to do that, you can see how that will leave a depression in the wood frame on both door and frame. As soon as you start torquing up on it, it's going to start pressing, and I believe that's what they're looking at. Hey, at least we figured that one out.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to from the very beginning. Call it a pry bar, call it whatever you want. Down here in the South, we got names that tomato. You know, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a snow remover set, a crowbar. Okay, yeah. Up north, I called it a crowbar. Down here, whatever. You go into Home Depot and you ask for a cat's claw or a flat bar, and they're going to send you right to the first two. A crowbar for us, as I know, a crowbar, it's about 36 inches long.
Yeah, crowbar is really big and long, and it's like the pole in the middle, the part is like rounder, right?
Yeah. It's octagonal shape.
Yeah.
It's probably 5/8 of an inch thick.
Yeah.
It's stout. It's a crowbar.
Yeah. See, we call this one that you call. We call it a pry bar.
Okay, a pry bar. Yeah. That's what you would use.
Because you're prying something open, right? So.
Right, you're prying something open.
Yeah.
You know, and it's got that skinny little edge in there, so it'll catch any lip available.
Right.
Okay,
And they make smaller ones if you do work in your car and you have to get like the door panels off and trim off and fix something. Yeah.
Right. But that, it's my belief that was what was used. They're like impossible to trace. That there's nothing. You don't have to show ID for any of that stuff. Tracing that down after you have the suspect in custody and they're building a case.
Yeah, well, look at that guy in Massachusetts. They found him in Lowe's and Home Depot buying all this stuff. They had all the video of him buying it. They found him in CVS buying all this stuff to clean up the crime scene. They had video of him doing all of that. That Walsh guy, the one that killed his wife.
They say they say she opened the front door, then the monster attacked. Now, I don't buy that. I don't buy that because I don't buy an 84-year-old woman opening a door at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Almost 2, yeah.
Does the door have a peephole? Even though the ring cam is not working, does the door have a peephole? If it does, you can bet your bottom dollar she looked through it. Who's going to open the door to a man in a ski mask in the middle of the night? I wouldn't do that. All you would hear from me is, baby, Go get my 12 gauge. No. And she wouldn't do it either. That absolutely makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense that she opened the door. And the fact that they're saying now, proof positive, they're saying, not me, they're saying forced entry means they didn't have a key and they forced the door open. Now, either he kicked the door open, which I kind of doubt, he's kind of light in the behind for that, or he had a tool, which would explain why they closed it off and taking pictures and whatever else they were doing. If it was a footprint in the door, I'm asking myself, a house like that, that's a solid core door with a big lock on it.
Right.
And a deadbolt, I'm sure. You know, I'm 6 foot, 240 pounds. I dwarf this little turd. Okay? And I'm not kicking open a door like that. Forget it. They're hip to that. And my house isn't nearly as fancy as the house that she lived in. Fancy means better. And, you know, that's the deal. Probably got like a $1,500 door versus my $60 door. You know, and with that comes the locks and this. No. He didn't put his foot in that door. He used a tool. They wouldn't need to put the fence over the canopy around the thing. They'd be there taking pictures. No, they're after something else. That's just my read on it. I could be wrong, man. I wasn't there. I don't know, but I know what makes sense to me.
Yeah, we already did Raging Gamer. You missed that. I said it looked forced. Her statement looked forced. Didn't look genuine. Hi, Doki Daisy. Yeah, it looked forced to me. Check out. All right, let me see what's going on. Let me check the tweets. Twits. Oh boy. Let's see. Oh boy.
My cardiologist is going to be giving me hell and high water.
Why?
This has had my blood pressure raging for 3 weeks now. I'll tell you something. Regardless of my past, Miss Carolyn, I was not this kind of guy. I didn't do these kind of crimes. I don't believe in these kind of crimes. I always thought that if you couldn't steal something without shooting up the neighborhood or taking prisoners or kidnapping people, you ought not be doing it because you're a bit of a dumbass.
Right.
Go get a job, a real one. Yeah, I just don't, and none of my friends did either. We all had the likes of, you know, I was the kind of guy you showed up Monday morning in your jewelry store and your safe was just open and everything gone. You know? No, I didn't know. I never even took a gun. I was never armed.
I don't see
I didn't
anything.
need to be.
I don't see anything good there with. I don't see anything from her at all. From they're saying Ashley Banfield. I don't know what you're talking about, Raging Gamer. Let's see.
What did he say?
Check out something. Let me see.
Oh, I missed the statement. I don't watch the news anyway, so you know, like I said, I'm dialed into another source, and I want my sources straight from the horse's mouth. I don't want Ashley Banfield's interpretation of what she thinks that somebody else meant. I ain't trying to play the phone game here. That's why when, you know, YouTube did the thing, hey, you know, I clued in, and it was, it had been going on for a little bit. It was the public relations part head guy for the FBI speaking. You know, that's who I want to hear it from. I don't even want to hear it from the cops, because the way this investigation has been run, this is some straight Opie Taylor kind of stuff here. The the gloves all over the place, the lack of locking this crime scene down. When it was clear within 12 hours, it was clear that this was a crime. This woman doesn't have Alzheimer's. Okay. There's no mental deficiency here. Apparently, to the entire family, her mind is sharp as a tack. She didn't just go wander off. There's blood all over the front stoop. Okay, if I was a cop, I would come to this conclusion like in 8 seconds. This is a crime. Oh, the door's broke, there's blood on the ground, and there's an old woman missing. This is a crime scene I'm looking at here. Somebody go get my tape. I need to tape this off. You know, the whole yard. I mean, the second the cops showed up, this should have happened, and it didn't. YouTubers and CNN and MSNBC been creeping around in the bushes. This is the most contaminated crime scene in the history of crime scenes. I mean, if you put yourself in those shoes, Miss Carolyn. If you were a cop and you walked up, if somebody called the police, which is exactly what happened, called the police, my mother is missing, you need to go do a welfare check. This is exactly how this started.
Yeah.
And then you were a lady, not even a detective. You were just a lady cop walking your beat. And you showed up to do a welfare check. You're walking up the stoop, and you can't miss the blood that you're about to step in.
Well, wait. I thought it wasn't I'm so confused. I thought they said that Annie went to the house and then spent about 15 minutes looking around or something and then called the police.
Well, that's fine, too. Either way, I mean, it gets the cops there.
Right.
Okay,
And
that's
they got
what,
there
that's
at
what I'm
12
talking
o'clock.
about.
Yeah.
The rest of it's semantics. When that first cop showed up, okay,
12 o'clock.
there was a phone call prior to that, which alerted them that there was an issue. An elderly woman was missing. Now, what she
Right.
said, I have no clue. Okay, you're a cop. You're walking up the stoop. Okay, unless you've been on the job like one freaking day out of the academy, okay, the first thing you're going to notice, because this is what they train you, situational awareness.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the drum they beat constantly.
Right.
Be aware of everything around you. If you're not, you're going to end up dead. So they're going to shoot you, or you get run, whatever. Okay, here, right in front of the door, is this saucer plate size of blood droplets, and the door has been forced open, and an elderly woman is missing. What is your first thought? This is a crime scene.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here. This is a crime scene. This woman just didn't walk off and wander off into the woods.
Right.
We got blood. We got a broken door. We got a panicky daughter. You know, this is a crime scene. Why not? Why did you not just rope off this entire yard and call for the detectives? This thing has been handled with Neolithic incompetence from day one. How long before the FBI? But you know, the FBI is like got to be on speed dial for missing people. It is in every here it is. Here it is. I mean, it's all over within minutes. You know, it's on every billboard up and down 275, Amber Alert or Silver Alert. Okay, they're just on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it. I
And
know.
that's just for somebody that's missing, somebody that's not accountable. That's just somebody that's missing. That's not necessarily a crime scene. Here, you've got an obvious crime scene. Why it wasn't taped off? Why are you letting YouTubers and the media just traipse all over the place, contaminating this crime scene? Who's running this? Mayberry? Andy Gump? I'm at a total loss. I'm at a total loss as to why this was handled this way. Now, I live in the city. Things are different. But I gotta admit that the country is just that the Tucson. This isn't Two Egg, Florida. This is freaking Tucson, Arizona. Pima County Sheriff's Department. This isn't Mayberry.
Right.
You know, I'm at a loss, and I'm angered, and I'm upset for a host of reasons. You know, it was 12 hours, okay, at 60 miles an hour. That gives you a 600-mile radius of where this woman could be. Or
Yeah.
she's not in Mexico.
That's what I think.
Which isn't gonna
They
be-
had a long time before this was reported.
Yeah. You know, and you can bet they weren't driving the speed limit with a body, alive or dead, in the trunk of a
But
car.
where do you think the car was? I mean, he had to carry
Clearly,
this
it was
woman
parked down the
somewhere.
street.
And you think
Clearly, it was parked. It was parked down the street, or the headlights would have shown up in the ring cam footage.
right, down the street. But then, was there somebody else waiting in the car that was going to pick them up, or did they have a burner phone that called somebody and said maybe that's why they were waiting freaking 47 minutes for someone to pick them up?
You're going to go to, you know, once again, you got, you know, try and put your head. I know that it's not very ladylike, and you're a Christian, so this is like ugly for you, and it's ugly for me. You know, try to put yourself in the head of this individual. You're going to do this multi-felony crime that guaranteed any state in the union is putting you away for life. Okay, you're done. You're getting a minimum mandatory quarter, 25 years. Okay, you're done for. You're going to risk all of that and hope that your buddy or your compadre shows up with the ride. Nah, the ride, you're bringing the ride with you. Okay, what if she's screaming? What, waking up the neighborhood? I mean, what if she hits a panic button, and the alarm starts going off? I mean, you're trapped at the crime scene with a little old lady who's hit the alarm button, and it's screaming, and you're waiting on your ride to show up. I'm not buying that. No, the car, van, the truck, whatever it was, I don't think it was a truck. Okay. I'm thinking that it was a van. If I was going to snatch somebody, it wouldn't be stuffing somebody in the back seat or in the trunk. Once again, it's just it's too cumbersome. It's too much. Van, even a minivan, made to order for that kind of crime. So where was the vehicle? Obviously, it was down the road. You couldn't, there's no street lights. Think about that. There's no street lights. You're driving around out there with no lights on. You're going to run off the road. You can't see 6 inches in front of your face when that's dark. That's already been proven.
Yeah.
Time and time again. The place is pitch black.
Yep.
So, that being said, somebody drove up close enough, probably the adjacent property in front of them, okay, beside them, okay, turned off the lights, and then went in and done the deed. I started entertaining ideas the other day that maybe she's still in the house. Maybe, I'm trying to sort this out. Where is this woman? Hiding a body is not nearly as easy as one might think it is. It's not. Is she in the attic? I started entertaining all kinds of wildness, and I had to get grip on reality. No, she's not in the house because you'd be smelling her.
Mm-hmm.
God forbid
Right.
forbid I said that. I'm sorry to say that, but that's reality.
Yep.
And there is nothing like the odor of dead people I've smelled it.
No, even a
several
mouse,
times.
even a mouse will stink to
Even a
unbelievable.
rat. Yeah, a mouse or a rat will just turn
A
the house
field mouse,
inside
a
out.
field mouse. How small a field mouse is, and you'll be like, "Oh my gosh!"
What does that smell?
Right.
You know, yeah. Well, she's not in the house, and I was just reaching because this is a total mystery to me. I cannot get past this Forrest Gump looking clown that pulled this off. And the fact that he isn't behind bars already, being sweated down. I just don't get it. Now, I did hear today from the FBI person that was speaking, and he did not come out and now say the family is no longer on the hit list. They're no longer on the radar. But he did specifically allude to the fact that they're looking for people other than the family. Okay. Somebody outside the family would suggest to me that for whatever reason the three babies involved and the son-in-law have been cleared. Okay, it was just the way he said it, and he did it in an innuendo kind of way because he's the PR department, and he's not going to say anything that you can actually hold him to later on. But it was pretty clear what he was suggesting, that they're looking outside the family now. But I can't remember the verbiage. But you know, those were three things, and as soon as I heard that, I don't want to sound like a suck up. I don't, Miss Carolyn. But the first thought that came on my mind is, please, Carolyn, come online, please, 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 please. I've been foaming at the mouth all day. That's why I came in and you were doing the auction. I was like, shit. You know,
Yeah.
because I've been sitting on this information all day. I got this information sometime around 11 o'clock this morning, I would venture to say. I've been doing a bunch of things here today on the house, and I've been writing a bunch of code for Hal, and, you know, just passing the time, something to occupy my mind. I've been foaming at the mouth like a crackhead. I'm telling you. It's like shit. You know?
I wonder if the glove that they say is his, maybe it's very, very thick. Maybe it's a nitrile glove, but it's
got padding in it.
No, they're all like, they start at like 4 milliliters, 6 milliliters, and then they get thicker and thicker and thicker, depending on the kind of work. So maybe when they kept saying it was a mechanic's glove, it was really thick.
No, mechanics do. My mechanic, I can tell you, Daryl, my guy, you know, while I live in the city, I do have a mechanic that I've been taking my vehicles to for decades, and he does wear nitrile gloves.
And they have they have big, heavy ones, because I have some. They're orange. The ones I have are orange, and they're even textured like they're different.
Now, I wear a set of highlighting gloves, which are, in fact, nitrile gloves. And they're rated for 13,000 volts, and as you can imagine, they are quite thick. They go inside of my work gloves, and they go up to my elbow. Now, that's how big they actually make gloves like
Those are
that.
like, they make cow birthing gloves. They go up all the way here.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen cow birthing gloves?
Yes, I have.
They have to stick their arm up in the cow. They're on the farmer. That's how I learned about the cow birthing gloves.
I know. I work with.
There are some jobs I would like cow birthing gloves for.
I don't like that. I am a successful coder, man, because I work with visual aids, and you just took me somewhere I did not want to go.
Well, that's a real thing up here. The cows.
I know it's a real.
They have to take them out with chains sometimes.
I know it's a real thing, and I know that you know, when you live on a farm or you're a vet. But and I've seen it done. I've seen it actually done, and those are the ones I've seen. And I've only seen it twice because as soon as I see it, I'm like, I don't need to see that. I got enough garbage in my head right now, images that I wish I could unremember. But the ones I saw in both instances were green. They were
Yeah.
greenish color.
Yeah.
But they're nitro gloves. They're disposable gloves for birthing calves and
Yeah.
whatever else
Cow
they might be
birthing
doing.
gloves,
you
yeah.
know.
Sometimes, like I'm telling
Yeah.
you, I'd like to have some here for some jobs. Yeah.
Not
Get the
me.
cow birthing gloves. Yeah.
Breech babies and stuff. I get it. I get it. Moving on.
Okay.
Those are not the kind of gloves he was wearing.
Right.
Okay. I personally thought when I first looked at those gloves that those were nitro gloves over a bigger, thicker, mechanical style glove. Okay. That was the impression, which didn't make a lot of sense, but at the same time, I see that nitro sheen that's clearly on those gloves.
Yeah.
Those are nitro gloves. They are, but you wouldn't want to wear a pair of like surgeon's nitro gloves to do a home invasion using the pry bar and stuff. You're just going to rip them up. They're not going to make it. They instantly they'll shred. So these were very thick.
Yeah, and
they
that's
were
what
very
I'm saying. They have, I was looking at some right now that says they don't, 10 mil that do not tear. They're pulling them like this. There's a little bit of a texture to them, and they do come in black and they come in orange. But maybe it was something that was just so much thicker than the average
Could be
4 milliliter glove. That's what the reason
was
they
the-
said
that
those are
was-
not the same.
Yeah, but there's his gloves were the only thing I thought were smart. That he would even be wearing gloves, actually, because this guy just reeks of. I've got a YouTube channel, and I'm not going to mention it, but I've got a YouTube channel, buddy of mine, and he offers what we call a Darwin Award. Okay, and it's pretty clear, what's going on. This guy is definitely a Darwin Award winner. He's not very bright, and he's definitely not the brains behind this operation. No way, no how. I'm never buying that. Never. If this was done by professionals, there would be no blood. The camera would have been defeated using, as I pointed out the other night, they sell scramblers for these ring cams that start at $10. $10 and go up to 1,000, and the only difference in them, it's all the same components. It's just range. Inverse square law is what's going on.
Oh,
But-
Annie Millions has a really good question. Hold on, because I was going to ask this too. In Savannah's latest video, she is sitting in front of a cactus, just like the ones her mother has, that they put this memorial in front of. I don't know what kind it is. Kind of looks like an aloe vera, but it's a cactus. Anyway, she's sitting in front of it. And I thought, oh my gosh, is she in Tucson? But now Annie Millions just said she's in Florida. And Annie Millions, how do you know she's in Florida? She says, I want to come and share a theory. Savannah's in Florida with her husband and kids. The background of the video is an aloe plant. Are you sure it was aloe? It looked like that cactus like in front of her mother's house. To give the illusion she's in Arizona. Thoughts? I didn't think it was an aloe. I thought it was one of those cactuses, and I said, "Oh, she must be over there. Is she at her mother's house?"
No, an aloe plant, I don't know. I would have to see a picture of it. I have aloe plants in my yard. They're native to Florida.
Right.
And they got some spikes on them.
I know.
it's
I have a
entirely-
huge one. I have that even grew flowers, which they say are very rare.
Yeah. They will get you. I've fallen into mine. Okay, I've thought about just ripping it out of the ground. But the cactus that they have that I saw out there where they're doing the memorial thing, we use that term for it. I don't want to get chastised again over religion. The memorial they're doing there, that cactus does not grow in Florida.
Why would Savannah be in Florida?
That would make no sense to me. That's a non-starter for me. I mean, unless you can prove to me she's in Florida, I don't believe it.
Yeah,
It's simply because that's mom. She's missing. You're going to want to be at home base.
Where did you hear that, Annie Millions? Let me see here. Savannah Guthrie's husband, Michael Feldman, seen in public for the first time. Let's see, when was he seen in public? He was spotted strolling through a Florida airport Friday with the two young children. What?
Now that I can get. That I can
And
get,
it
that
says
actually makes
Savannah
sense.
wasn't with the family. I don't think Savannah. I think Savannah's not with the family.
I think she's in Tucson.
Yeah, I don't think she would be in Florida.
I don't have any evidence, hard evidence to support this, but I just don't. I have a mother, okay, and no, I might want to get my kids out of harm's way because the paparazzi just won't leave them alone, okay, and you can't send them by themselves. So yeah, Dad goes with them, catches a flight back, or just stays with them, but. I would be immensely surprised. I would be shocked if the daughter just left this thing and decided, oh well, we'll go to Epcot Center, or whatever,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she. How do you know Annie Millions? Because her husband was going through the airport.
That's probably how the conclusion was formed.
Okay, here's
They
the
saw
picture
kids.
of her with that. Is that, yeah, it might be an aloe behind her. It looked like it was a cactus, but
Can you put it up on the big screen? So we can see it?
Yes. Let's see.
Believe me, I know every plant in Florida.
Oopsie.
Literally, I do. I've had some bad experiences here.
Yeah, it is. I think it is an aloe. Hold on. Now that I see it, it is. Yeah, that's an aloe. I think so. It doesn't look as fat as it should over here. That's why it doesn't look fat in here to be an aloe. That's weird. Because my aloes are thick and they have a lot of, aloe vera.
Oh, yeah. No, that's not an aloe plant. We got those here. That's what I have those, and I don't have them now. Okay, those things will get you. Okay, that is a Florida. We have them in Florida. Okay, that's not. That's. I don't know. I don't have an explanation for you. I don't even know if that sucker grows in Arizona. But I can tell you, my neighbor's got a shitload of them in his yard. I used to have a great big one by my mailbox that I pulled out with my truck. Okay, that thing will rip you to pieces. That's not an aloe plant, though. That's a cactus.
Okay. Well,
but it's not the I think they call the cactus that you see in the memorial. I think they call that a fan cactus because the blades on it look like fans. Okay, no, that sucker grows in Florida. I don't know where else it grows. You stay away from that thing. That thing will poke holes in you, big ones. It'll rip you to shreds. Do not fall on it. You'll be hurting you're going to the ER.
Right. Okay.
So I don't have an explanation. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. But she's right. That's not the image from the memorial. That's a different kind of cactus entirely. And I'm not exactly sure what the name of it is. It's not an aloe plant. It's a cactus. To my understanding.
All right.
Okay. I know what an aloe plant looks like. Okay. And I've never seen an aloe plant that looked like that.
Yeah,
And
supposedly
that's
she's
a
staying
particularly
in
big one.
this Annie Million. Supposedly they're staying at this address. An image in this house right here. And I wonder if that has the white, that has the same color that's on the wall, this house right here, the wall that she's leaning against.
Yeah, I see the gray. The big question is to what kind of plant is in the upper right-hand quadrant. Okay, I don't know if I would not be surprised if that cactus grew in Arizona.
Fine.
Okay, I would not be surprised.
Look at these. Can you see what I put up?
Oh, I can't make out anything. I mean, I see everything, but I can't make out what's what.
Hold on, I'm trying to go in.
Now, the one in there, you just had your mouse on it. Stop your rolling your mouse around. Go back to where you were.
These, I think.
With your mouse.
Here.
Right by the edge of the driveway, in the corner.
Here.
You see that sucker right there in front of you?
Yeah.
See that? There's two of them, or three of them.
I'm trying to see if
they're right next to the road.
I'm trying to see if any's near that white wall she was by, cause
those two things you were just scrolling over there.
Right, but she's near one that's like near a white wall. There might be
Right.
a white wall this way, with one of those somewhere.
It could be the house.
Yeah.
You can't see
The other side.
the street view of that house. But I can tell you from a distance, those three plants that are out front.
Yeah.
Okay, that's exactly what she's in front of. So apparently they grow in Arizona. Not a big shocker. I mean, it's cactus country.
Right.
You know, and one of them even makes tequila, but I couldn't tell you which one. And there's one. I see another one. I see a few of those now that I'm looking for them. I see some juveniles. I see 1, 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 5 of them of the exact thing that she's posting up in front of. And her poor face. You see that face of hers?
She looks distraught, but it looks like it doesn't look. It just looks like though there's a different kind of distraught, almost like she's doing something she can't get behind. Like it's not genuine. That's what I mean. Whatever she's saying doesn't seem genuine. I don't know.
Well, I've said from the very beginning there's a disconnect here. Now I don't know what caused it. Shrinks will tell you. You know, Dr. Phil would tell you that shock can cause that. Okay? And I happen to subscribe to that. But shock for 3 weeks, no. It wears off. And you just become numb.
Right.
No. And she's there's a disconnect there. No, I support the notion that this was an inside job. This individual knew her. He knew her. Not somebody he knew. He knew her. Okay? It just, this is not a crime that you're going to get away with. I don't understand this from the very beginning. It's just, you know, it's just a dumbass kind of crime. And there's 1,000 ways to get caught. and nobody gets away with it. I mean, nobody. A lot of people have tried, but nobody gets away with this kind of crime.
Yeah.
If it's a ransom, at some point you and the money got to get together, and that's where you're going to get caught. Every time, if they miss everything else, they're going to catch you there. I don't care about I don't know too much about Bitcoin. I'm pretty tech savvy, but Bitcoin and stuff is not my thing. I wouldn't invest in it. I don't want no part of it. It's all like fake money to me. You know, and that's for another story. But I just don't see you getting away with that. We are far more tech savvy. Our government, you know, Snowden proved that. For the love of God, Snowden proved that with the Keyhole Project. You know, we are some tech savvy MFers in this country. Our government is. You know, that's why these ransomware guys keep getting caught. Even though they're using Tor nodes and VPN like Proton VPN, state of the art, 256-bit crypto, and yet they're getting caught. How? And they're never safe. You know, Tor node developed by the Navy, still getting caught. How? You know, we have all kinds of black budget projects that me and you will never know about. Technology that, you know, and Snowden proved that. That's how they keep getting caught. Okay, so the very notion that I'm going to send it through a Bitcoin exchange will keep me secure, that's a bunch of foolishness. You're about to get a life sentence somewhere, and you're not getting paid. And that whole $300 thing, that was a test shot. I could read that one with my eyes open. Please access that money. That's what the federal government was saying. Please. And they're ready for them, which tells you you got 2 active brain cells. That was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. It tells me that they're onto this Bitcoin thing. They can track it somehow, some way. They can track this Bitcoin. And I heard another Indian guy just yesterday talking about how they're running Bitcoin now through an exchange on top of Bitcoin, so that it will mix up with other transactions, making it harder to track. Well, if this guy knows about it, guaranteed Uncle Sam does. Yeah, guaranteed. Okay, and they're either working on it or they've already figured it out. There's, you know, when I send my mother an email, I send beacon code with her. My dumbass. I'm able to send a beacon code. It's not hostile. Don't anybody get your panties in an uproar. But I do that to ensure that she actually got the email. Okay. And when she opens the email, it sends an email to me saying that this email has been opened. It doesn't tell me what's going on. It's a beacon track and stuff. Been around for decades. But I gag my mom sometimes with phones, and I prank call my mom, and it's cool. My mother holds a master's degree in computer science. Okay, it's cool. I'm not messing with my mom.
No worries, no worries.
You know, it's stuff. It's stuff we do. My mother actually sent me a mannequin of her in the mail.
Yeah,
Okay.
I get it. We do a lot of jokes too. Yeah, we always do.
Yeah, we prank each other. Okay. You know, it's all fun and games. But when I'm communicating with her, it's important for me to know that she actually got the email and that it's actually been opened.
Right.
And if it doesn't get opened, if I don't get an email back from the tracking cookie, which is exactly what it is. And then I call, because I start to get worried because this woman fires back as soon as I get her email.
Right.
And it's just my way of keeping tabs on my mom because we live 350
put her on
miles
the
from each
put her
other.
on the Life 360.
Yeah, we live 350 miles away from each other.
I have
Okay,
my kids on the Life 360. I see my son in college. Oh, he just he just went 5 miles and da 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 da. Oh, they went to
Well,
McDonald's.
I respect why you're doing that. I would not do that to my mother. My mother would think that's a bit weird, and so would I. But all that being equal, in this day and age, I can understand if I brought a child into this world today,
Right.
as soon as the doctor cleared him to come home, I'd have a tracking beacon installed in his body with like an 18-year life cycle.
Oh yeah, but
you
need it after once they start driving is when you really need it.
Well, that's not my primary concern. My primary concern in this day and age that my child getting snatched.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
okay,
but I mean to know where they are.
concern.
Well, yeah, but then you'd know where they are too.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know. We talked about this when we passed the Jessica Lunsford Act down here. Okay, there was a lot of uproar about it, and we kind of just squashed it all because somebody got real and said, "Listen, you're telling me you'll put a tracking beacon in your dog, your freaking dog,
Yeah.
and you won't do it for your kid? Okay, your infant defenseless child. Okay, get a grip."
Yeah, but then people got all scared about the Bible and that.
Oh, people got all scared about the stuff. Uncle Sam's fine, and so what?
Well, not even that. They said they kept comparing it to the what was it that they were saying that was going to be that we were going to be considering it the mark, almost like the mark.
Oh
of the,
no!
You know what they were doing?
This whole 666 thing is a mark of the devil.
Something like that.
crap.
Yeah, that's what people were going nuts about.
That's a bunch of people who need to get another hobby, whatever.
But they do have certain things. I mean, as a mommy blogger, I had little. There were little devices like the size of, like the size of this little Minnie Mouse, that would have a GPS tracking device you would pin on your kid's coat.
Oh,
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I did
and
have
I would
those.
Suggest,
Yeah.
I would suggest as a parent that you use the damn thing.
Mm-hmm. And then now you have those air tags, though, but people were using those in nefarious ways and they're finding people they were stalking by these air tags, right? And then, the earbuds, I used to be able to find my kids about the earbuds would be going around for the Apple, the earbuds, the Apple Air Pro, whatever the heck they're called.
The tragedy behind Jessica Lunsford was that we all came to the conclusion that if we could have gotten to her 4 hours sooner, we could have gotten to her while she was still alive.
Now, wait, tell me again about that. Sounds familiar, but you got to refresh my memory on that. What was that?
Jessica Lunsford was a child that was abducted down here, a little girl that was abducted down here, and the perpetrator had her for a considerable amount of time. Considerable. They knew she was missing.
How old?
Okay. She was like 11, 12 years old, 10 years old.
He killed her?
I don't remember her age.
Did he kill her?
I have a Jessica. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the coroner came back with the results, and it was pretty clear because the body was still warm. Okay, that if we could have gotten to her 4 hours earlier, we could have gotten her alive back home with her mommy and daddy. That was the real tragedy. Everybody was running around, knew this girl was missing. I have a Jessica Lunsford badge myself. We call it a yellow badge. as an electrical contractor, I am required to have access to the schools. Okay, so I'm familiar, with this. Mine goes back to '93, as a matter of fact. 94, yeah, 94. So, and they're good. They're good for life.
How many years ago was it?
Well, I mean, I got my Lunsford badge in '94, so it was pre-'94.
Oh.
Okay.
Wow. All right. That was a long time ago.
Yeah. This is the case I have thought of. Jessica Lunsford Act. We passed an act in Congress for this.
That's 33,
no,
30.
it was 2004, not '94.
Okay.
Yeah, she was 9 years old. By a registered sex offender. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it just.
And where do you snatch her from?
I don't remember. To be honest with you, I don't remember. I'm not sure. I want this in my head, but I remember 2000. It wasn't '94. It was 2004. Up in Bay County Schools, which is Panama City, that required that I be fingerprinted, poked, and probed. I hold several clearances. I hold the Lunsford badge. I hold the MARSEC, which is spelled MARSECT, which is the Maritime Security Act, which puts me into the ports. That came, and Port Authority, that came into effect after 9/11. And I hold a MARCENT, which is spelled MARCENT, and that is the Marine investigation, and as well as the Air Force, because I do a lot of work at MacDill Air Force Base, and I'm required to be badged to gain access to the Air Force Base there. So I've got all of these clearances, which I don't mind. I don't mind saying to anybody how difficult it is for a convicted felon who's done prison time to get these credentials. How hard I worked. I shit you not. I spent 25 years trying to get my life sorted out over a series of nonviolent crimes. So be careful what you do, youngsters that are out there listening, because, man, you'll regret it. So, that, and that's part of my story, the coming back, rebuilding myself. But yeah, I hold active clearances with the Department of Defense. I've done work for Booz Allen Hamilton, which is the fusion centers where, and we have two of them here in Tampa. Well, I'll put it this way. They're data collection centers. I've had several jobs in the last few years that required NDAs signed every single day, sometimes more than once. If I'm called into a foreman's meeting, it's an NDA that I have, the non-disclosure agreement, because I work in data collection centers. I have nothing to do with the computers. Don't anybody get their panties in a twist. I just provide power for the servers, and I'm there for the installation. They have nothing to do with the software. But I'm there present, so I have to be cleared. So I have been poked and probed by Homeland Security, FBI, the DOD. I actually had FBI going to my neighbor's house asking them what kind of person they thought I was before I got cleared. I have been poked and probed in every orifice of my body to the point where it's starting to feel good. It's been a long haul for me. But I got it done just the same. So the Jessica Lunsford Act is just that. You can't get to the school, and that's when the whole beacon tracking thing came out, because we have stuff on the books that a parent can buy that you can insert under a child's skin that will beacon locate to a satellite free service. It's not something you have to purchase every month. And you can have it removed anytime you want as a parent. And if I was a parent, as soon as my child came out of the nursery from the hospital, he would get a beacon put in his heel or in his butt cheek. Because the coroner was very clear. If we could, after looking for her for a long time, if we could have gotten to her 4 hours earlier, we would have got her home to her mommy and daddy. 4 hours. Okay?
Right.
Not 4 days. 4 hours. It was horrific. And he did the worst parts of the Bible to her. And then he killed her. That's just so I don't have a problem with it, and I think it's a bit hypocritical that while we will do that without second thought to our dogs and to our cats, we won't do it to our most precious. When you're 18 years old, have the thing pulled out if you want. Kid, you're an adult now. Hey. Anyways, enough of that morose stuff.
Yeah. So we'll have to see what tomorrow brings. I mean, if they're going to have a DNA, if they're going to, I mean, if they get the DNA and it comes back, they're not going to tell us until they arrest.
I thought about doing it to my mom. I absolutely have. Certain things, with the signs that I see every day when I'm up and down 275, and I mean every day, and the phone, at least once a week, my phone sends off an Amber Alert. When you get, at some point, Miss Carolyn, you're extraordinarily beautiful, and you're young, and you're vibrant, and high-spirited right now, but in several decades, God willing, your body and your mind are going to start deteriorating.
Oh, I know. My neighbor had that. Her husband had her lock her in the house because if she got out when it was gone, she wouldn't know where she was and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I've seen it in people. Yeah, sure.
I myself, I'm already on several watch lists. I guarantee you that one. I know I'm on several watch lists. Which is cool with me. I don't care if Uncle Sam is spying on me. I don't care. I'm not into anything. Spy away, brother. Thanks for keeping an eye on me. Mm-hmm. I'm not offended by it. I don't care. I'm not into nothing. You want to track me going to work, coming home, going to work, coming home. Once a month going to a bar.
There's people that didn't want to use Easy Pass. They didn't want to use Easy Pass because they got tracked, right?
Oh yeah. We had.
Yeah, you have Sun Pass down there.
We got Sun Pass down here. We had the same thing going on here. Mm-hmm. People they see one fringe article by some dipshit who has no idea what he or she is talking about, and manage to send, for some ungodly reason, a huge percentage of the general public into an absolute frenzy. And I got a Sun Pass stuck to my windshield.
Yeah,
I don't care.
But some people don't want, like my brother didn't want one, but he's like, I don't want anybody. What if I don't want anybody telling me where I was or where I was doing. Like, but now everything tells you where you were, and so what does it really matter?
I got a news flash for all these panicky people. If you got a cell phone, you're walking around with a freaking tracking beacon in your pocket.
Right, I know, but this was like even before cell phones, and when it first hit, and I don't know, like, yeah, we have it. It even gets it if you have it in the glove box, like, cause it'll
It
start
doesn't
putting it down.
matter.
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't matter.
the
I've
other
heard-
thing is
I've
that
heard
when
of-
people were going through, the cameras that were getting people, and they would get the people in the car, and they'd send it to the house, and if the guy was out with somebody he wasn't supposed to be,
Well, hey, that's
it
on you,
showed-
brother.
Yeah, right. It showed them.
That's on you. Why you doing naughty stuff?
Right. That show,
You
the,
know?
the wife gets
We-
that
we
thing
have-
of the guy in the car with somebody else.
Well, hey, man, you got your pee-pee caught in the wang. I don't know what to tell you. Here's an idea.
Hi,
Quit
Chrissy.
being unfaithful.
Right.
You disloyal son of a bitch. Why'd you just get divorced?
Yeah.
Then you go do what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Or leave if you're not married. Just leave. I'm not a big person. I'm not the guy you want to talk to about infidelity.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry to hear that,
really
Zena.
am not that guy. Okay? I learned many, many years ago that how was it put to me? It was put to me in such a way where the individual was telling me disloyalty, the reason why it is so painful is it can never come from a stranger. It can only come from a friend.
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about it in those terms, it was Reggie Girardi was his name, the old mob fossil. He was absolutely right. That's what causes the pain. Listen, man, whatever. I'm no a beacon of light here. I just had a cutie thing last night deliver a couple of pizzas to my house, and she was a cutie, about 1/3 my age. And she made a comment to me, handed me the pizza. She said, "Aren't you a cute one?" And I immediately, really, get your shit together, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man, you're married. I'm not going to condemn anybody for having random thoughts in your head. Okay, that's called being human. Okay, but get your shit together. Okay, I'm thinking to myself, girl, you have no idea. I would do things to your body I wouldn't do to a farm animal. Okay, you need to leave my pizzas here and go right now before you get me in trouble. I'm going to my wife.
Okay.
Tiffany and I'm in the house, but I don't cotton to disloyalty. I don't do it. I have lost a couple of good friends. Marcus cheated on his wife. That was a friendship that was vested in blood, 20 years. And I had to cut him loose. You will know this because you're Italian. He made the mistake of introducing me to what he called his guma.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I can tell by the way you
Well,
say
yeah,
that.
not that I ever, but yes, it's something you hear all the time in the old stuff, yeah.
Okay, he
Not
introduced
my dad or
me
anybody
to
like
his
that.
to his guma. And I came home and I talked to my wife about it, and she knew Marcus, and we were friends for a long time. And I had him cut him loose, and when he came at me about why I was acting all estranged and stuff from him, I said, "Listen, man, if you will be disloyal to the woman you claim to love, who has bore your children, you won't hesitate to F me the first chance you need to."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I can't have that around me. I don't want people around me that aren't loyal to me.
No.
I just don't want you around.
No.
I can't.
No.
If I can't trust you, kick rocks.
Yeah.
Okay, that's me. Simply put,
Yeah.
I ain't asking nobody to step in front of a bullet for me. But I'm just saying I don't live in that world anymore. But I mean, if you'll cheat on your wife, you're capable of anything. So I can see you testifying against me in court. You got to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
No,
and
you
then
got to
that was
see.
the end of-
Like I said to somebody else, one time somebody came in and they, there was their really, really good friend, and the minute they came in among us, they didn't even know us well. They just started telling us all this stuff about this supposed really good friend, right? And after they left, I turned around and said, "We can't trust that person." Really? Why? I said, think about it. If that's her really good friend that she just basically came in here and talked all kinds of crap about, what do you think she's going to say about us?
Right.
We just met her. Are you kidding? This is supposed to be someone that's like her sister and her best friend and her partner,
Yeah.
and this and comes into a place where maybe there's 5, 6, 7 of us sitting there and just unloads about this person.
Yeah.
And I was 100% right. It wasn't a few months, and that person stabbed us all in the back.
There you go.
Yep.
So you got that little voice. So you got that little voice in your head, and I know where it comes from. That's that Mediterranean bloodline, same bloodline I got.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I said before, I took on the Scottish name that I had for 300 years. Our last name was Vermiglia, from
Right.
Vermilles, Italy.
Okay.
Okay, so you know, and we came over here in 1662. So we've been over here for the full ride. In this country. There aren't very many families that have been in the United States longer than mine.
Right.
If you look up, if you Google the Vermiglia family tree, you will see an amazing story of a woman. I don't know how she did it, but Johannes Vermiglia's wife gave birth to 16 freaking kids. 16.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you do that and not like drop your uterus on the ground?
Probably did.
You know, I don't get how that's even done. Okay, I don't, but it's actually factual. She gave birth to 16, and we busted up into 4 clans. It's literally, and the last 2 letters of Vermiglia are spelled differently. In my clan, it's EA. In another clan, it's IA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it's pronounced Vermiglia.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. We got busted up into clans and stuff, and you know, whatever. But this whole back to protecting our babies.
Hi, Mr. Wu.
I hate to bust everybody's bubble, but it's a damn dangerous world we live in, and there's a lot of monsters running around. That you just I don't understand if this is some sort of phenomenon that started in like the last 30 years, or if it's always been here and we're just now hearing about it because of technology and the internet and the TV and, you know, phones, you know, being able to communicate. Mm-hmm. Okay. Long distances. I really don't know. Where my mother lives in the Panhandle, they got a population of 2,500 people on a good day. And within 1 mile of my mother are 9, I said that, 9 convicted sexual predators on the list. 9.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. In a population of 2,500. I don't. It's some very, very scary stuff for me, and I don't scare easy. Like I said, for Valentine's Day, this whole thing with Miss Guthrie has got me so worked up that for Valentine's Day, instead of flowers and candy, I took. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I took my wife to a gun range and showed her how to perfectly unalive somebody.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because I'm not here 24/7.
And we were eating a blooming onion. We went to Outback.
I'm sorry?
We went to Outback. You know Outback, the blooming onions?
Yeah. No, I know Outback.
Yeah.
You know, this whole Guthrie thing has just got me, because my wife is 9 years my senior. Okay. And, you know, I worry. I worry. So, you know, we have firearms in the house because, unlike me, she is legal beagle and can legally own firearms. So I wanted to make sure that she was firearm proficient.
Right.
Just because of this this whole Guthrie thing, you know. So it's creeping around. It's having adverse effects on everybody. You, me, my wife.
Yeah, I mean, if
you know,
I didn't have camera, I know there's friends that I have that are older than me, and then they're now scared and said they're going to get cameras and they're going to get this and they're going to get that. I think everybody should have cameras around their whole property.
I've got military grade cameras. I get a lot of stuff from, like I said, MacDill Air Force Base. I went in to do rehab this building 53 and building 56, and that's all you need to know about that. I'm not in violation of my NDA by calling it building numbers. You don't need to know the name of that would be a violation, but building 53 and building 56, I was in charge of the electrical, and the building already existed. And as a bonus, you know, I asked the GC on the job, I'm like, hey, you know, I hate to throw all these cameras away. You know, it's an entire surveillance system. And he's like, hey, take it home with you. So, you know, I brought home 19 cameras and boxes and, you know, and started stringing wire, you know, to do it. And I wasn't thinking about Guthrie, but I mean, it's just I live in the city. Ybor City has got, if you are looking to do something in a subdivision that I live in called Ybor City, it's in the video that I sent you, it's spelled Ybor, Y-B-O-R. Okay, but it's pronounced Ybor. If you go there and do something illegal, you're going to jail. You're going to get caught. They got cameras on every pole, because Friday, Saturday night in Ybor City is like a little mini Mardi Gras. They actually shut down 7th Avenue, and you got 50,000 people creeping around the street, just going bar to bar to bar to bar to bar. It's like a mini Mardi Gras, and we've had some bad incidents happen down there, some shootings, some people got hurt and worse. And then where I live, we took it to the next level, and we started putting noise. I don't know the actual technical term for them, but what happens is if you fire a gun off in Ybor City, they can triangulate where that gunshot came from within 3 meters. That's pretty impressive.
Okay, yeah.
I don't care. I'm not into nothing. I don't care. Put an X-ray machine up there. I'll walk through it. I don't care. I'm not into nothing. I'm going down there to party on my motorcycle.
Yeah. So,
you know.
Let me ask you a question. If they find this DNA profile and they put it in CODIS and they get a person's name, you think that they're not going to release that name before they check that person out, right?
No. I think they're pretty done with street talk jacking these people up. This has been quite embarrassing,
right,
to the U.S. government. The first time we could have wrote it off, okay. The second time they brought in SWAT, they had the EOD unit, Explosive Ordnance Division. They brought in the bomb boys. They really tore this individual's life apart, and they did it on national television. I think they're going to be keeping this stuff close to the vest.
Yeah, but what about this guy in the Range Rover?
That's an interesting situation. Obviously, they've got no shortage of DNA, no shortage of fingerprints. They got no shortage of physical evidence. I think if that was our boy. Now, see, and the third point I wanted to make is that there has not been, and I say this categorically, the DNA results from this glove has not been released yet.
Right, that's what
and
I'm
when
saying.
I say not been released, I mean it has not been released from the DNA lab to law enforcement. Do they have a DNA sample? Yes. They're going through it, what they call a quality control, and I have no idea what that means, but they're going through the quality control phase of it before they send it to the FBI. Okay, it's supposed to get there today. That's what they said.
Yeah.
Because it's 3 in the morning, so it would be yesterday that they said this. Okay,
Right.
So FBI will get this DNA results today. Now, what's really interesting is that they brought up this PR guy brought up. It wasn't the PR guy. The other guy that was speaking was OPR, which is the Office of Professional something or another. He said they are enlisting all of the genealogical databases that they can get their hands on. They're asking companies like RootsWeb, the very company I did to track down my family tree. Okay, they are requesting them without a court order to supply all the samples that they have in all of their databases. Now they're doing this because they know that even if they get like a sister or a mom, okay, it will correspond to the DNA that they're getting today. And they'll be able to bag their guy that way. Now, I hope that in the sense of community that these places just cough this up. I would, if I owned a company. I don't care. You sold us your DNA. I don't want to hear it. We purchased, or whatever. You donated it to us. It is now our property to do with whatever. Okay. This going into it. Okay. That's like you opening up a credit card with Wells Fargo and you got a problem with them sharing your information with the Bank of America, which they do, or Regions. Okay. I am a firm believer in the law. I can't believe I said that. I'm a firm believer in the law for the most part. I am a firm believer in the fact that you have no expectation of privacy outside the confines of your own home. And to support the Supreme Court has voted on this repeatedly. This is what the 4th and 5th and 6th Amendments for the Constitution were all about. You have a right to privacy inside the confines of your own dwelling that you happen to be living in. That is why a wiretap, it requires a warrant. That is also why cops can't just kick your door in under normal circumstances on a fishing expedition and come in. You have a right to privacy, but you leave that once you walk out the door. Now, I can't help but think that this DNA sampling that we've all been going through, including myself, falls under that same, nobody came and stole it. Okay, I surrendered it. And I'm hoping, and I'm guaranteeing that the FBI is hoping that the company I went through is Ancestry.com.
Right.
Okay. That's they sent me a test kit, and I poked my finger and I gave them a little blot of blood and I sealed it up just the way they wanted, and I shipped that sucker off in their little medical pouch to them, and they were able to track all my family members. I'm at an age, Miss Carolyn, where this kind of thing matters to me. And I signed up all rights to ownership when I did that. When I read the contract, which essentially is what it is.
Right, and they found people. There was a 48 hours a long time ago where they found someone based on a relative that was in the CODIS.
A relative's DNA. Mm-hmm. I think that's how we're going to bag this individual because apparently the police just can't get their shit together. Or I don't want, you know what, that's wrong. What I'm trying to say, this case has been overwhelmingly difficult to process due to human error and due to geographic location, back 40, can't see shit, pitch black after the sun goes down. I mean, this case has just been overwhelmingly difficult. In a more pseudo-centric neighborhood like mine, this case would have been solved 2 weeks ago. Everybody's got ring cams, blah 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 blah. Lots of light. We got city lights up and down the street, pole lights. You know, you can just see. Yeah. You know, but I live outside of the city, so that's to be expected. There in the back 40, that is so remote. I mean, you can just take off walking from this lady's backyard, jump her fence, and walk for days and never see another human being. For days. You're going to run into everything else. Scorpions.
I don't know. There were streets. There were streets behind her with other homes. It wasn't that remote. You should see where I live. You'd be scared to death where I live. There, well, you could really maybe not see people for days in some direction. Yeah,
you know, I happen to love New York. That's where I don't love your government at all.
I don't like the taxes either. So.
Oh no, I bet you don't. What is it, like $15 for a pack of cigarettes now?
No, I'm talking about the property and school taxes.
Oh well, yeah. I don't see how anybody can live in New York.
New York, okay. New Jersey,
the state or the city. I've looked at the housing prices. It's like $4,000 a month for a one-room flat if you want to live in the city, and then you got parking. It's like $600 a month.
Well, they mostly don't have. My daughter lives in the city. She doesn't have a vehicle.
Yeah. See, that, you know that I can't even imagine. How am I going to haul my tools around? I got 1,000 pounds of tools.
Oh yeah, well.
You know, I mean, yeah, I drive a crane body truck that gets 12 miles to the gallon for a reason. I cannot do it in a Chevette or a Toyota Tacoma. It will destroy transmissions. I have been through several motors and transmissions previously over the decades. I have the truck that I have because it's the only thing that'll carry all the weight.
What kind of truck do you have? What kind of truck do you have?
I drive an 11,900 pound 1999 Dodge 3500 crane body.
Okay.
It literally it came with a crane and a man lift on it, a bucket that would take me up 25 feet in the air. Now the crane has been taken off because it weighed 6,000 pounds. The man lift and all the hydraulics have been taken off because it weighed another 4,000 pounds. The gas mileage for this truck, minus the crane, minus the man lift from the factory, with just the body, was 10 miles to the gallon in the city, 13 miles to the gallon on the highway. Brand new plugs, engine, transmission, 10 and 13. It's a big gas guzzling dually. You know, it's just a beast of a truck, and I love it. I love it. It signifies who I am. I'm very, very proud to drive my truck. When I drive up on job sites, there's only one of these. It's like Rambo showing up with his deuce and a half. The Army truck. Oh, we know who that is.
Right.
But I'm a one-man electrical contractor. literally. Okay, I'm geared to take a 2 and a 3 and a 4-man job, and with the equipment that I have, turn it into a single-man operation. Me. But I pay for it at the pump.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't drive anything else. I've had one accident in my life, and that was on 40th Street, and I was found not at fault for that. 4 vehicles were a total involved. My truck and 3 other vehicles, and it was at 50 miles an hour when I got sidewindered, and I wasn't T-boned in the normal sense, but it came at changing lanes. He slid into me, and then I jumped into the other lane, and and then the lady behind me ran into the ass end of my truck, which has got the outrigger still in it. I left them in there as part of my bumper, so it's 400 pounds of steel plate that's inside of my bumper. There's nothing foam about this truck or fiberglass. I destroyed 3 vehicles. Destroyed the tow hitch on my truck, which is a standard tow hitch, nothing fancy, just a reading tow ball back there, but it's kind of big. And it's shaped like a Mike Tyson fist. The cover on it is. It went through the radiator, through the transmission radiator, through the fan, through the water pump, and into her block. And when I pulled away from her, I took the entire front of her car with it. All 3 vehicles were just totally destroyed, totaled. And then I drove home.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Careful who you pick on. I mean, there's nothing plastic about my truck. It's all steel. It's a 99. What a big old 360 Dodge in it. Hemi motor, a big Allison transmission. The only reason why I'm keeping it past my retirement date, which is coming up, officially I can retire in about 12, 13, 14, 15 days. I'll be at an age where I can officially retire, at which point I'm going to pull all the tools out of it, have the body work done, painted. And why might I want to keep this? Well, because I want to travel. And I can't think of anything better than pulling this 20-foot Airstream I own, 22-foot Airstream I own, with a truck designed with a 34,000-pound tow capacity. Okay? I want to take my wife to see the world.
Mm-hmm.
I will still be online. We're not doing the tent thing.
No.
My wife don't like bugs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I had the poor woman down in Panama for 2 years working on the ass end of the Panamanian pipeline with me, which she was living with me while I was doing work for Texaco. So, the woman, and then another 2 years in a man camp in South Dakota during my oil and gas industry part of my job. Never bitched, no moaned, complained, just there. So, she's already retired. So when I retire and I start getting this money, I'm going to do side work here and there. Don't tell nobody, but, I might need something, new motorcycle or something. But, it's all about my wife. It's not about me. It's about her.
Right.
And I'm going to load her up into this beautiful Airstream that's decked out and ready to go with Wi-Fi and AC and heat, hot water, a real toilet with a real septic tank, and where do you want to go, baby? You want to go to Alaska? Let's go. We got the ride for it, in total comfort and harmony. She paid, God, Miss Carolyn, she paid so, this bill has been paid decades ago. I got no problems with it at
No.
all. What you want to go to flea markets all up and down the east and west coast? I don't care. You want to go see Miss Carolyn wherever the hell she lives in New York? Load up. Let's go.
Right.
Whatever you want to do, don't sweat it. We're going. And we're
Right.
going in comfort. I'm talking lazy boy recliners, big screen TVs, gonna have the Wi-Fi with the extender on it so she can play her Drakensane game that she loves so much in her online poker. Whatever.
Right.
I can't afford to give her what I would want to give her. Okay? Which is a penthouse with fur coats and 5-carat diamond rings. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm a blue collar worker.
Right.
But I can give her this.
Yeah. That's
And
nice.
I intend to do just that.
That's nice. That's
Okay.
nice.
I'm gonna board the house up. I'm already starting to secure it. I'm redoing parts of the basement and stuff.
Yeah, we had a friend here that did that. She's been, and she carved wood. She left her insurance. I mean, she retired from an insurance job, and she sold her house and everything, and went out on the road to see the world.
That's I hadn't really thought about selling that house, but I if I did sell the house, I live by my grandmother, who was influential in my life, very religious like yourself. She had a real problem with people in ownership of her home. She always believed that if your castle is paid for, you never jeopardize it. You never take a loan on it, and you never sell it. That's your fallback, no matter what. If the whole world goes boobs up, you're good.
Yeah.
You're not homeless. You're good. Okay? Even if you got no power, you're good. You know?
You got to pay your
she believed in
taxes,
that.
though. Even if your house is paid, you still got to pay those taxes.
I'm homesteaded.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I'm homesteaded because I was such a dipshit that I never put it together enough to own a home till 15, 16 years ago now. Okay, I owe her that. That not the money end of it, the knowledge, the wherewithal, the whole thing. And then I got extraordinarily lucky. The money, when I left with my wife from South Dakota and headed towards where I live, my wife made it very clear, do what you want to do, but do it locally. I'm done driving all over the world with you. Loved it, did it, got the hat and t-shirt. Now let's plant some roots. Okay, well, we both know where we both know this area very well. Well, that's 2010. I had put back $32,000 in a shoebox, and from checks, and we decided, that this wasn't spontaneous. I started putting this money away, and I didn't want to put it in the bank because I don't really trust banks. Whatever, it's my own trip. But I started secreting money away, and I put $32,000 away in $100 bills in his shoebox. And that was the down payment of our house. That was the master plan. All plans. You know what they say about God.
Yeah, the best
Just when you
way,
think just when you think you've got it all figured out, God just sits back and smiles. Okay. It's 2010. The economy fell out. The housing market dropped like a stone.
Right.
I show up here where I live. We rented a place. And I immediately started looking for a house to buy. I already know where I can live and where I can't live. Money is only going to go so far. I go on Craigslist and I see this house, this ad for this house. It's an estate. They want $29,000 for it. Out the door. Okay? And it's because of the boom.
Mm-hmm.
The housing development falling out.
Yeah.
They only want $29,000 for it. Well, I got $30,000 in a shoebox. I get this grand plan. I hit my wife with it, and she said, "At least let's go look at it." So the short version of it is, Todd Mackey, my lawyer, said it was the quickest closing in history. In his history as a lawyer, I responded. I called the number on Craigslist. I arranged that. That was on a Friday. I arranged to do the walkthrough on Saturday, which I did. Closed the deal on Sunday and moved in Monday.
Cool.
And now my house is $270,000.
Good deal.
Yeah, I scored. You know, but it wasn't me. I didn't come up with some genius level IQ thing to beat the system or something. You know,
Right.
It's just timing.
Yeah.
It was
definitely.
just okay. And I talked to her about it, and it's nothing fancy. It's a 2-2 with a, about 1,400 square feet. Kids are grown. It's just me and her. What the hell? We need 10,000 square feet of home for her. And because it was my first home, I was able to get the homestead exemption. And it was based on the $29,000 bill. So the taxes, they're not shit. They're not. And then I spent another 9 years putting in a 1,400 square foot basement. Okay, a man cave, if you will.
Right. Yeah, I know you told me. I agree with Zena here about this, but I have a really important question. Do you think people have been saying, and maybe this is true, the way that Savannah is speaking about like to this person, you know, that you're lost and alone, you could still do the right thing. Do you think she knows this person?
She either knows him, she either thinks that she knows him, or most likely the FBI has coached her and they will do this. Okay? It's a psychological thing. Right now, he's got an object. If it's a ransom, a true ransom, he's got an object worth money, and she's trying to humanize it. Okay? And you can tell that in her speech. She's pleading to that part of him, that part of his soul that hasn't been totally just foobarred yet. And because if you do that, it makes it harder for the perpetrator to unalive the individual if they change their mind and just decide to, do away with the whole thing. It makes a difference between finding grandma with a blindfold on sitting at a bus stop, okay, rather than find her buried in the ground. Mm-hmm. It works. It's a solid theory. It works. That's what I get out of that. One of the two things is happening there. She either suspects, she even thinks she knows who this is, but I can't get past the notion that if she thought she knew this individual personally, she'd be relaying this information to the FBI. And they'd be jumping all over this person.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know. I just see what people are saying. They're just saying that it seems like she's speaking personally to this person with this plea.
She is. Whether or not she knows this person is another matter. But yes, she's trying to humanize her mother to the point where it makes it more difficult to go the other way with her, which I would think I would do. This is straight up FBI stuff. They
but why not say? Why not say like you would think if you really
just say, look, straight up, like there's people that have said, I'll give you a reward, no questions asked, put my mother here, but there's no reward. There's nothing, even stolen baseball cards had a $50,000 reward.
Yeah,
no questions asked, leave them here. We won't even prosecute you. Why is there, just nothing? What would be, there'd be nothing about the reward. She wouldn't have to give it unless somebody came through with it, the information that would give her what she wanted. But
it's a big mystery, not to step on you.
She comes on, but she comes on and she talks to them. But why not offer something to anyone out there? Look, or, do you have this? Hey.
I'd be offering everything. I would tell him, I said, listen, this is my mother. I will give you every single thing I own, man. I will live in a trash can. I will give you my home, the money.
I think I would be saying, look, if you bring my mother back, we wouldn't even press charge. Like, you'd be so desperate at that point. Yeah. Just leave my mother here and forget it. Just leave us alone. You'd be so, but I just don't see that desperation. And then I'm wondering, is she not having that desperation because she already knows something that we don't know? And that's when I keep going back to the house having something in it that's not compatible with life, the way it was for Gannon Stalk.
Right. She's entertaining the idea.
So I'm just wondering, because I know that if my mother was gone and I could think that my mother might be alive, I wouldn't care about them going to jail or whatever. If they're going to give me my mother, just give me my mother. Here, you want money? I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
You want this?
Yeah.
What do you want? I'll give you anything. Bring my mother back here.
I wouldn't call the feds. I wouldn't call anybody. Just give. And I know everybody says that, and then they later call the feds.
Right.
But I mean, I would do the same. Now, I would ratchet this up one more level. Okay, I would do this for her body, alive or unalive. Okay, just simply because I would pay everything I own to be able to give my mother a proper funeral. Now that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, people want to know where they're. Yeah.
Yeah,
but I just don't see the desperation where you're just offering anything. Whether
I've told you that from the very beginning. There's a disconnect with this whole family.
But she may be on a lot of drugs, because the first thing doctors want to do when you're in let me give you some drugs, okay?
Yeah.
Just sedate you out of your mind so that you're there like a freaking zombie. And see, I never take that crap. When my son passed, they wanted to give that. Here, take that. No, I don't want it. Here, just get the script filled anyway. No, that's okay. I don't do that stuff, but I think there's a lot of people that do, and that may mean that may be the way she's like that. Just like, because you just don't see stuff there.
I don't know. I don't even want to speculate on your situation, because my child, I almost lost him due to something now that we have a handle on. I almost lost him to SIDS. Okay. I had to have him on a monitor in a crib with a speaker rolling. I don't think I slept for the first 3 years of his life.
Yeah.
I really don't think I slept. Okay. That's right when the gray hairs started coming in. And he survived it.
Right.
Then later on, in life, working out of state, he got into some bad water in Georgia. He was dehydrated to the point where his heart stopped. Oh. Okay. And I damn near lost him then. Okay. And I know what I was feeling when I damn near lost him. So I can't even imagine nor would I want to, what you have gone through. I absolutely do not want to experience that. I don't.
No, nobody
I
does,
don't.
yeah.
I don't have the mental capacity. Now this is coming from a guy who, you know, carried a gun for a period of time, saw lots of people go down. Some friends, some not friends. Okay, I'm not John Q. Citizen. My point is that, you know, I'm not, you know, Susie Homemaker kind of guy. You know, you won't find me as a bank teller somewhere. I've experienced my share of tragedy, and I speak from that experience. I can't even imagine it. I'm fighting back tears now just thinking about it, because I can't even. I don't even want to discuss it.
Right.
I know what's happened with you. You brought it up. I have not commented on it. I know Scooter Babe, okay, is going through something similar.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And my heart just aches.
A lot of
you,
a lot
and
of
my
a lot of
soul
us
reaches
have.
out
We
to
were
you
we were
guys.
on vacation, and there were 4 of us in the car. All of us lost a child. There was Scooter, myself,
Oh.
Bucky, Ann, and Evie. We all lost a child, all in the car together. Yeah.
The problem with it is I investigated it, and the general consensus is from the shrinks and the people much smarter and much higher IQs. The problem with it, why it's so devastating, it's the one mistake a parent can never fix. And when you think about it like that, I get that. That I actually get, because I've spent a lot of time in my life fixing shit that I broke with my son through my extracurricular activities. So I know exactly what Dr. Phil and the others are, Dr. Oz are talking about when they say when a parent loses a child, it goes against everything. It goes against
Well,
everything.
it goes against it, but I don't think it's a mistake we can't fix. It's just there's no word for it because it's not supposed to happen.
Right. It's not. It goes against evolution. You know, the child is supposed to bury the parent,
Exactly.
not the other way around.
Exactly.
Okay. And when I say the word mistake, I don't mean it. I don't mean it as a mistake. I don't know how this is so deep blue to me. I don't, because of my experiences with damn near losing mine. I don't know of a word that adequately describes.
There's no words to describe it.
Yeah, I can't. So I use the word mistake just because that's the only word I can reach to. Let me try it this way. It's the one thing a parent can never fix.
Right.
Okay, how about that?
You're never
Because
you're never the same, ever the same after it, and there is no other loss that comes close to
mistake
that.
means that mistake is synonymous with somebody doing something they shouldn't have done. That is entirely
Zena.
the wrong word for that. But it's the one thing that a parent can never fix, and it goes against evolution as a whole. Parents are supposed to be buried by their children.
Mm-hmm.
We're braced with it from the time that we're adolescent, on up. We just gradually evolve to the point, I'm at a point now where I'm really coming to terms with the fact that it won't be long I'll be burying my mother. Okay, and that's just the way it is.
Right.
But coming the other way around, you got a whole lifetime to brace yourself for it, if there is such a thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've lost I was close as can
the
be to
other
my
way-
parents. I've lost both of my parents, and it's nothing like losing a child.
Yeah, no, it goes against the laws of nature, evolution, everything. It's just in total conflict with everything. I cannot even fathom that when his heart stopped beating because his electrolyte levels had dropped so far that his brain was no longer able to efficiently, I'm quoting away the doctor, said it. His electrolytes have dropped so low that the brain is literally having problems sending electrical charges to his lungs and his heart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's from dehydration. Okay, and the fact that he got into some bad water, the whole thing triggered. Shows you how fragile life is. I almost lost Michael over a gallon of water that he got on the backside of a. He filled his gallon jug up with a spigot on the backside of a gas station, and he said it tasted funny. Said it tasted like sulfur. It stunk. And he called it rotten eggs. It smelled just like rotten eggs, Dad.
Right. Yeah.
And he was just so dehydrated from being where he was and doing what he was doing that he just didn't give a damn. He drank it. And there was something in the water that actually caused what little hydration he had left to just vaporize. And it was man, I don't even like talking about it. I can't even fathom what you two ladies are, or anybody that's had that happen to you goes through. It just it's beyond my scope, and there aren't many things that are.
Mm-hmm.
So my heart goes out to you as much as it can.
Thanks.
But back to the Guthrie woman, Jesus. Oh Lord. I'm wiping tears out of my eyes, and I'm not a crier. Jesus, Carolyn, I'm sorry.
Let's see.
What
it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm blown away by this. I had heard you mention it, and then apparently Scooter Babe, that's what I call her.
Mm-hmm.
Scooter Babe is going through the same thing. But to the Guthrie woman situation, I would make it very clear. Look, if she's not alive, it's not okay. I'm not going to say it's okay. We want her back. It's not okay. Tell me where I need to drop off this money and tell me where my mama is. I need to give her a proper burial.
Right.
All this is missing. I told you from the very beginning, there is some kind of disconnect here between this family and the mother. There's some sort of disconnect there. I don't know. One of two things is happening. Is what I came up with. Okay, either, and I made this clear, either they're in on it some way, either they're in on it, or they don't care that she's gone. That's what I'm left with. I don't know what else to say. There's a void in there.
It could be medication. It could be they're whacked out on medication. Okay.
Could be. There's a whole lot of factors. Shock and medication. I wouldn't want it, though. I'll tell you that. And
I've seen too many people whacked out on medication, and there's just so many people that are just whacked out on medication. It's ridiculous. But
I had an opportunity. I lost somebody very close to me not long ago, and we have been friends. He has been my surrogate father, Jesus, since I was 17 damn years old.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 93 years old when he passed away. And it hit me so hard that friends of mine who are doctors offered a script for Prozac. It was only a little, and they told me, said, look, dude, it's 5 milligrams. It's not going to put you make you loopy. It'll just knock the edge off of the pain. I'm like, that's not possible.
Well, Prozac is not what I think I think they have them on Oxy stuff.
Well, it's true. Who
benzodiazepines,
knows?
something like that. Benzodiazepines, that's what I mean. Ambiens, all
You know.
that stuff. Xanax,
Yeah, there's a ton, whatever it is, whether it's Prozac, whatever.
Ativan.
And
That's what they're popping,
I
I
turned,
think. That's what
I
they're.
turned it down. I turned it down, and my explanation for turning it down is that it's going to prohibit me from properly purging. Okay? My body needs to cry. It needs to, my soul has been damaged. Okay? Not beyond repair. But all this dope and stuff, this numbness, this is just going to prolong what needs to happen. I need to process this, and I can't do it high. I can't tell you how bad I want to smoke a joint. Okay? I have been off the pot for years for different reasons, and I can't tell you how tempted I've been because all my friends do, you know, and there's been plenty, you know, that I've offered genuine kindness. And I cannot do it because I believe that my body needs to go through this. I believe that you will damage yourself permanently if you do not allow yourself to go through this. There is a grieving process. It needs to happen. You need to let your body do it. Now, if you're getting ready to do something horrible to yourself, okay, now that's a different story. You obviously need help, and there's no crime in it. There's no shame in needing. It's unbelievable, the loss of a loved one. You can't really describe it. I don't think I can. But I do believe that my body needed. The healing process would not start until the grieving process ends, and the grieving process isn't going to end while I'm pumped up on what do I call it? Brain eradicator. I don't believe that. So I will get better. We will take time.
The grieving,
I will
the
get
grieving
better.
process never ends, though. It doesn't
Well,
end.
maybe it won't end, but I know that it won't end for sure if I'm high as a kite on dope. And then what? I'm supposed to, and my friend would not want that.
No, I don't take medication.
He would not want that.
It's a way of
Michael,
life.
he would be telling me, okay, look, man, you can't go to work all high on Prozac, man. You're going to die. Okay, your particular job, your industry, you're going to die. You can't do your job all high as a kite on dope. And Gail would be saying that. I have no allusions to that. He was all about fire and brimstone.
Yeah.
And it was his wife. He lost his wife the year before. They had been married for close to 70 years. 65 plus years that I knew of. So I'm not surprised that he left right behind her. I am not. He made sure the kids were okay. And then I think he just decided to check on out, and it wasn't intentional. I think he just, I think it just destroyed him. I can't, I have been with my wife now for 30 years. I can't even imagine going through a day without her in it.
Right.
I can't imagine. It wouldn't compute to me. To what? Now what? I can't engage with another female. Not that. No, that ain't gonna work for me. I don't know why, but that just doesn't. So I'm gonna be alone with my cat, and it just doesn't work for me. But that's my own personal choice. I would join her very quickly. And it wouldn't be self-inflicted. It would just be, I'm out of here, man. Screw this shit. And I'd be looking for her in the afterlife somewhere. I know me. Oh, yeah, I can't wait to get there. So I can't, once again, I don't know why this family isn't doing everything in their power, and they have power. They have friends. They have no shortage of money. Not every one of us can pick up a phone and got President Trump on freaking speed dial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, his personal line. Okay, she's got friends that got goo gobs of money. So I don't get why there isn't just a whole bunch of cash being slung around here. Okay, because cash will motivate people.
Yeah.
I would like her alive, but if something terrible happened and she passed away, I need to know where she is. I'll Bitcoin it. I'll leave it in a paper bag behind McDonald's in the dumpster, wherever you want it. Okay, but I need to know where she's at. This isn't happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why. It's very concerning to me. And I picked up on it from the very beginning, ma'am. I really did.
Yeah. There's something strange. There is something strange. Something strange. Yeah, there is something strange. But I don't know. I don't know. But it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
I got a question for you. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the screen. I see you, and I see this other lovely lady.
That's me. That's me on my other machine.
Oh.
That's me. Yeah.
What? 25 years? No. Never mind. Never mind. No, I was about to step all in it.
No, that's
Good
not
enough.
even. That's 3 years ago.
Oh.
Thank you.
I was about to screw up.
No, that's 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did you say that was you 3 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. How?
I don't have any. Okay. I don't even have any crazy filters on there. That's me.
Well, they're both.
I was going to a engagement party.
They're both very beautiful women. I mean, there's no shortage to that. Look, you're married and I'm married, and we're both real happy. So it's not going somewhere. But both images are very, very attractive. I
don't have any makeup on today. That's probably, and I did. My hair was done up there.
No. You know what it was? I thought that was your sister. That's what I thought. I'm being honest.
Okay.
I thought that was your sister.
No.
I'm definitely
me. I was tan. I was
tan
tan there because I had just come back from South Carolina. I was tan. I'm normally very white like I am now. I was tan. Sandy Rusak had done my hair. Yeah. So.
I'm desperately trying to dig my way out of a hole here. I wish you would let me.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. I must look especially bad today, so that's okay.
No, don't say that, because I did not mean that. I already got in trouble over you because I shoot from the hip and I speak from the heart, and you kick rocks if you don't like. It has been the bane of my existence my whole life. I haven't made the mistake of telling my wife that you, not her, I used these words too. See how stupid I am. I said, this woman's extraordinarily beautiful.
No.
I didn't think about it before I said it, because she's been in my life for 30 years and she knows how I feel about her, and I wounded her a little bit about it. And she hasn't been back out here into my office since then. She's not mad at me, but I think I screwed up a little bit. I wasn't thinking about those. Were the words that I was using, because she said, "Who are these ramblers?" I said, "It's a bunch of ladies that." And she said, "Really? A bunch of ladies? How many guys are there?" I said, "None." And I saw that little eyebrow go up for a second and come back down. And I said, I said, Miss Carolyn, and she said, who's she? I said, well, she's extraordinarily beautiful and she's very talented. And I was just being me, you know, and that was probably a week ago. That this actually happened, and because I wasn't getting any sleep,
Right.
and she's like, "Look, man, you're up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
You're online with this woman at 3 a.m. You are going to work
4
in
a.m.
2 hours. You're not going to sleep.
Right.
You're going to work in 2 hours. You're going to work high voltage lines on a bucket truck. Okay, maybe in the rain. You might want to have all your brains with you."
Thank you, Zena.
For me, it's all chapter and verse. So I just thought that I thought what I thought. Man, I'm so over this.
Don't worry about it. I mean, my son said to me when we went to the city, I have these pictures that coming down the escalator, and he goes, "Mom, you look like your sister today. I'm not gonna." And my sister, I'm the baby of the family. I said, "My sister, what is it?" Because I said it must be the hair, and he's like, "It's not that it's a bad thing, but it's just like you look a lot like her today." So it's funny that you said that you thought that was my sister. So.
Yeah, but I mean that's cool when it's coming from your kid. Okay, you know it's. Yeah, I'm so over this conversation. Can we just
we can. You know what we can do? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. We can do the word game and then go to bed because it's
let's do the word game.
4
okay?
freaking o'clock in the morning
game,
again.
Man.
Yeah, it's 4
because
o'clock.
This hole is just getting deeper by the minute, and I'm
saved by the word game.
You do the word game. Will help me, and Hal will help you with that.
Yeah, right, Hal.
Please give me a parachute.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see. Here's the daily. Let's see what it's like tonight. Where's Hart? Where's our word players? Hi, Zena. We do this word game every night to clear our head from all the stuff in this world here. We got Bob here. This sounds like an easy one. It looks like sounds like an easy one.
I'm gonna let you go.
Okay.
And I'll do this by the chat.
Okay. All right. Thanks for coming up.
See you, Bubba.
All right. Got hose, right? Yeah. So we do this. If you're new to the channel, this is what we do. We do a daily word game. Sometimes we play more rounds if we feel like it, but I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring with finding any or getting any resolution. What do you guys think? There'll be some resolution in the case, or it's going to take a lot longer? I don't know. I've went to bed many nights thinking there was going to be resolution in this case, one way or the other, right? But then it doesn't happen. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just, it's mind-blowing. And yeah, and I mean, I don't want to judge anybody for how they act, but it's hard not to notice and see something, right? That something's off. And yes, it could be medication. Yes, it could be denial, a disconnect, just a lot of stuff. It could be, and I don't know. And I don't know where we're going to go from here. And I think a lot of people, the unknown is scary, right? So I think they're scary that they don't know what happened, right? Because you can't protect yourself. It's a lot like something bad happens. People want to know, how did it happen? Because they want to find a way that it's not going to happen to them. Okay, so yeah, did you hear so-and-so got, run over by a train? Well, how did he do that? He was walking too close to the tracks and somebody I'm never going to walk that close to the tracks. I'm going to, You know, I don't remember if there was something, and I don't even know where the heck I saw this, but somebody actually had some kind of a thing that where the heck did I see this? I thought it was a joke at first, but now I'm thinking it was something real. She went near one of those like pillars in the subway, and she pulled out this thing that looked like a bike lock, okay? And it went around her, around this pole in the subway, so no one could throw her into the train tracks. And then when the train arrived, it was easy for her to unlock it and get on the train. And I'm really trying to remember where the freak I just saw that, because was it a joke ad like in a Saturday Night Live? But I know it wasn't Saturday Night Live. I thought it was something like, maybe it was on TikTok or something, or a short. Did anybody else see that? I'm wondering if that was even real. And all I'm thinking is, can you imagine the train coming and you can't get it off till you miss your train? You know, because it just seemed like something that would happen. But where I see how I get on things, it's like, oh my gosh. Just, we go from soup to nuts and back to nuts again. But, what is this here now? Well, we know it's got to be bib, right? Surprised it didn't just go. Usually it just goes that. And then bibs. How about that? Yes. So we just have one. Where's our Merry Murder? Merry Murder of Crows. Why is Murder of Crows will come in here and just like hose, bib hose. It's a bib hose, right? Hose bib. What am I talking about? A bib, a hose bib. Isn't it a hose bib? It's not. What could it be? It's not a hose bib. I thought it was bib hose. Shoe bib. Shoe hose. Thank you, Zena. What is this? Now I'm going to sneeze like 12. Now all I do is I sneeze like 12 times every time I start sneezing. I thought it was a hose bib. Isn't that something, a hose bib? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. Hobbies. Yes. Hey, big SK. Thank you. Why am I... Isn't there such a thing as a hose bib? I'm going to look that up but that's not one word, hose bib, but at least I'm not totally losing my mind, okay? Thank you so much, Big SK. Thank you for helping us. Yeah. A hose bib, but that's B-I-B-B, is also known as the outdoor faucet or spigot. Okay. But that's two B's. Alrighty. Well, we did it. And thank you guys for coming in. Thank you to everybody new for coming in. Appreciate you guys. And prayers for everybody. Thank you, Zena, Sandra. I love your channel, Carolyn. I love you. Thank you, Sandra. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for being here. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers. Stay well. Stay kind. Stay happy. My sister and I say goodbye. Bye, sister. But we'll see you tomorrow, and let's hope, then pray for everything good, and maybe hopefully there's that little part that Nancy could be out there and be that miracle, right? And come on home. Love you guys. Be good.